sorry about that, everybody. We just had a little bit of a drop in signal. It wasn't for too long. It's just a little bit of a signal blackout. It was. So we're streaming live. Let's just double check that we are. Yep, we are. So I was just informing you, the audience viewers, for the, apologise for the little cut-in transmission, but I was just explaining that we're just organising our camera equipment and taking what I need from the car. And also I was saying as well, because I was about to explain, but all I wanted, everybody, for the mount to attach onto the stand was this little part here, and you can't buy it anywhere on Amazon. And I was thinking, that's really, really odd, isn't it? So I had to buy a bunch of other things I probably won't even need just to acquire this little bit. So, it is what it is, isn't it? So it becomes more expensive than it should be, just for that little thing there. It's odd, isn't it? So yeah, I mean, that's what I was about to tell you in the middle of it, and then the signal dropped, but it is stabilised now, so that's why I wanted to finish off what I was saying, because there's nothing rude about it, when I'm about to finish a sentence and then it goes, and then you're wondering what's happening to the stream. But we are on air and the signal's better now. So yeah, that's why I need a bit. It's this little bit there. So, and I got the Pocket 4 as well, so I will be using that today. Let me just see what else I need in the bag, because we don't want to be rudely interrupted and dash into the car for other things. So always got to take the the essentials. But to be fair though, everybody, the iPhone 12 mini, I think it's not a bad phone. I mean, yes, it has its troubles in low temperatures, because I do live stream before we arrive and things like that. But generally, when you've got like a portable fan and you put it in your palm of your hand for like 3 minutes, it comes back to life. But I'm not sure what the lifespan will be. I think it might fully be non-working in about 5 months, but you never know, do you? But, that's the use I need it for, viewers, I don't want to get all the bells and whistles just for a simple broadcast, do we? That the iPhone 12 mini does what it needs to do. It's a good bargain.
It just flips over.
Huh?
It flips over.
Oh, right, yeah, I know. So I think we got everything I need. And, well, need that.
I'll open your door just in case, right?
So I think what we'll do, I'll plug it in, viewers, not into the phone yet, but I'll plug it into the power supply. So that's ready to go if needed. And the tripod.
You've got plenty of them.
Right, so let me just take you off the stand. And it fell right on the floor. Sorry, everybody, I know it falls off the floor. 2 seconds. Just go attach you onto the stand.
It is both card or cash.
Oh, I thought it was card only, right? I've done like.
Say card or cash.
Right, just flip the camera around. There we go. Right, it's just on back camera. Right, so we will be with you in a second video, just prepping, leaving the vehicle as we speak. I know you won't see much, but you will in a moment. And also, everybody, when I use my Pocket 4, Nick will try and take over the live stream. Like holding it and taking you round.
Definitely not.
She might consider it.
Definitely not. You don't like the way it's a video.
No, I do. I'll just give you a brief pointer.
Drink. How you drink?
Yeah. Brief pointer is aim it for the
For
the straightness and don't let it drop. Yeah, it's in there.
Wait.
In there. Oh, see if I can get past this tight little gap. So everybody, we're now making our way to the main arena. So thank you for bearing with us. It's not 2 minutes really to get ready and out of the vehicle. You gotta get everything you need. So I think with that in mind then, I think I'll power on the Action 4. Not Action 4, everybody you know what I mean, Pocket 4. And test it out in real time, shall we? Oh no, could you on the phone for a sec so I can put this in the right hand? Right, so I gotta put it on my phone as well, you see, viewers. So no, can't be doing that. There you go. That's the prices there, look.
You all witnessed that? Yeah. That's what you need for it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Two.
Okay.
How much is that?
How much?
Oh, you're 25.
Okay. It's a concession though, so
Yeah.
so 15 pounds.
Do you have an ex-
I know you get some milk.
I think I'm 3 pence short.
That's silly.
Yeah. See you in a bit.
Yeah, I thought it was £6 online. I must have got that on there.
Thank you.
Yeah, not sure that's a leaflet.
Come on, would you like to speak like that?
Yeah, not sure if it was.
Okay. That's great. Thanks very much.
So I got 2 cameras over here. It feels real odd, but
We start from here and work our way in a big circle.
yeah, we could do that. Yeah.
Well, look at yours. Little pony. Isn't it gorgeous?
It's right there.
We've
Carriage wise, £4.50 per person.
We stand this way to go big circle, otherwise we'll forget.
Sat on this one.
Do you want a bike home?
Yeah, I don't think it's got stabilisers. That's right in there. I think they're like power tools, aren't they?
Yeah, they power.
Yeah.
You went into power tools, babe. Cars, stuff, all ours and stuff. Yeah.
Like accessories there, haven't they?
These are the old milk too.
Are they? Oh, magazines there, isn't it? Let's go around and see better from this angle.
That's where nobody's waiting. Tom, look at me.
Oh, right.
It's tight, look, and you wanted to come down and you wanted to go up.
No, just having patience,
you
isn't
can go
it?
over there now.
Having a bit of patience is all you need.
Dad been his helmet too. We've got screwdrivers. We've got all them, 50p. Screwdrivers,
Yeah, but it all depends how
spanners.
much life they got left in them though.
Oh, they always have loads of screwdrivers. They never wear out, do they?
Isn't it? Yeah, quite tight walkways, everybody, so we just explored that first store there, look. So just onto the second. And I got 2 cameras. I'm hoping I can convince Nick really to hold the live streaming camera, so I can only focus on 1 camera, but not really convinced for the time being. Just feels weird holding 2 cameras. Huh? Well, I get used to it if needs be.
I couldn't get the arm round. You know what I got from that? If I was shooting long and I was kept doing that, and pushed her up, and she rolled her leg, drove back up there. Nobody even noticed I'd gone. I kept pushing and pushing towards us, and we're getting nearer the edge of the pit. I bounced right over it. I put a trench down over the side of the pit, and the 3 feet, got me straight over the side. But I couldn't back fill it. But a man, when I'm digging, I can only go like that with him. If I'd gone like that, it's that steep. No, I wouldn't have got the arm back up. Right? He wouldn't have gone up. All I had to do was go forward. I had to put the judge right in, just wrong. But when you go over the top, so it's not tell apart. What we were watching is mud loggers. And they're going down over on top of it now.
So yeah, I mean, we've got about 3 stalls there, I believe, 3 stalls in. But as you know, I mean, when we walk out and all the way that we came in, you'll have another visual on that as well in case you might miss something. But that doesn't normally happen.
Keep walking in front of her.
So I am recording a bit in real time, look. To be fair, it's not too bad actually. I thought it'd be more difficult to use.
Do you mind if you don't?
Oh, you don't want to film, do you?
Oh, yeah.
No? No worries, I'll move on to the next one. No worries. I mean, it's in public anyway, so you obviously want to get your stall noticed.
Because they go like that.
You just play about it.
That's what they like. And it's a good selfie camera. That's what I've been told. And they can video themselves and they're looking at the screen of themselves. It's like all about themselves.
That's nice, here, look. Oh, no laptop, eh?
Cool
Don't really see laptops, do you?
Well. Look at that.
It's not as old.
We'll be going back to that, won't we? Yeah, but it did.
I think it has got disc brakes and things like that.
Ah, okay. Yeah, it's a good example. London to Brighton sort of race car, wasn't it?
Oh, lots of stalls though. Lots of stuff.
Yeah, got a good mix of stuff, bud. Tried to do it. You never know what people want, so you might as well just
What
bring
is
whatever's
that machine there? I recognise it
random.
from years ago. I'm not sure what it was though.
What, this one?
Yeah, no, one of the numbers on it.
That one
Yeah,
there?
yeah,
Oh,
I recognise that years ago.
that is a Oregon Scientific.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
it would be like that, yeah. Blast from the past, that is.
That is, yeah. I suppose that would have been about, it's 192 KB memory.
Oh, lovely.
It's not even 1 megabyte, is it?
Yeah, it's quite powerful, isn't it, that?
Well, back years ago it was enough, wasn't it? Like
They-
a address book.
They
Yeah,
went to
so
the
it was.
moon with less than that.
Yeah, of course he did. Got something flying around up there now with less than that. Elon Musk. He didn't invent the wheel, did he?
Yeah, she's she really enjoys going out. Yeah. Very chilled. She is. She's always a bit like that. Hanging baskets.
Good for the garden, isn't it?
Tiny baskets, huh? What's the angel for the rest of the
Nah, he seems friendly enough.
I know, I don't want to step in on it. Yeah.
Oh, but they didn't know that was that good.
This handles are a bit light. Do you want to stand?
Lift them up a bit.
Well, I don't know how to. That's good, a flask. We don't see them many about no more. No. Don't you?
Flash.
Flask, you have coffee and keeps it hot all day.
Fun phones, eh? Nokia's.
Yeah. Don't see flasks about no more.
And they are still, quite common, quite popular.
Nice chairs. I could do with them. I can go away. I can have a sit down.
That's a nice picture there, look.
That is pretty. It's part of this, look.
There's that gentleman there. I know.
At least he got chocolate. They were clean last year, remember?
Yeah, because that gentleman there, then, I mean, I was
yeah.
just, he had this calculator, I think. Well, it was like a calculator.
It's not. It's like an organiser before phones were invented.
And I was wondering what it was. I couldn't make out if it was a calculator, but it wasn't.
No, you know, organiser.
Well, it was actually. He said it was a scientific calculator.
Right, but that, and it's all like an organiser.
Ah, right, yeah.
Before you had phones, you put in notes.
Yeah.
Before you had phones in notes, we had little things like that.
Yeah.
You just type in and that. They're so small, my fingers couldn't even do that, so don't bother. Too clumsy.
Carousels?
I'm bad enough with the phones now. That's my cap. That's my cap on there, the boss.
£3. That's not a bad price.
I'm on about the cap, the boss. That's me.
Boss.
Me. The boss.
That's right, isn't it?
Oi.
What's going on?
No, they don't.
Oh, right.
Be careful.
Nah, he won't bite me.
No, you don't know that. They Dobermans.
So you got everything for the family, everybody. You got some rides there, look. Bouncy castles and all. Just giving you an idea what's around. Where it gets busy.
Oh, they always have them lately, don't they? Wherever we go. The trampolines.
Oh, they're popular, aren't they? Like a craze, and they could run out of steam a bit quicker.
They've always had them there, the food festivals.
Yeah, like your Philly.
Yeah.
Um,
Go with them, it's a circle.
right. Yeah. Well, I know there's food courts opposite there, look, but we'll come up that way shortly.
Oh, they got motorbikes down there.
Motorbikes. Hook a duck.
Hook a duck, prize every time. Hello, Thomas.
Yeah, I don't think I'm a prize.
You want bubbles?
Hair, feathers, bubbles, and care and glitter.
Oh, a little girl.
Have a look around, Eva.
That's good over there. Look, they got the bikes going.
Oh yeah, have a look at that then.
Yeah.
Oh. Here, me, everybody run into the main arena. Never thought they would start a show this quickly in the day. So I'm running, everybody. So if the camera's shaky, I apologise. And hopefully when I put all this effort in to get in there, it don't end minutes after I do. So this is probably the main arena here then, I think. Unless they're just doing a test drive. We'll just call it the clear end of that then, viewers. I knew I would. That's the trouble. Hopefully they'll return shortly. Could you hold the pocket camera for me? I need to adjust the stand on it because it's holding the volume down button. So everybody, just got to adjust this a moment. It's on the volume down, you see, I hear it flashing. Well, not flashing, but it keeps catching my attention.
Yeah, finished now.
If you have a Land Rover and you want to bring it in, now's your time.
Thomas.
Anybody with a Land Rover wishes to bring them into the arena, now's your time to do so.
I knew that. I didn't have a pair of hands to do it
Wait,
with.
wait.
Mike, just request if you do have a dog with you today, please make
Look at the
sure
smoke. You can see the steam engine.
So much will go up there now, isn't there? That's a circle. We'll go up to the second half.
You know, the food hall, then back round, you know?
Well, we went up that way, so if we
This is the
oscillate.
back of it. That's what I mean. That's quite a big part of it.
Nah.
I'm just following you.
Don't worry, we've got some organisation, viewers. If it makes sense to me, that's what matters. But there's clear levels of smoke. It's very, very, very powerful, that. Yeah, in due course, everybody, I will focus my sole attention on the Pocket 4, and I will convince Nick to the best of my ability for her to guide you around the site as well. So I don't have too much to focus on, because if I were to make it, you know, a good spectacular video, everybody, I need to have all my focus on one gear. But that might happen a bit further on in the stream, you know. I'll just say when the handover is happening, and then you know, don't you? I think she'll do a grand job. You know, a bit of pointers, like angle it straight and not to the floor. That makes sense, doesn't it? Got to be watching the grass, do we?
And then she said, before we left, I went up to her and I said, so are you saying we can't come?
very good morning from the building manager, Steve.
Sorry.
Look at the old radio. That's good, isn't it?
I'm curious, are they going to start a show or not?
They've come over and tell us here.
I know there's seeing history, it just makes me on edge, really, because if there's anything happening in front of me and I know I'm missing something, it's nothing but annoying.
They give you warnings.
And of course, Wilkes itself, he was an operations director at the rover up there in Coventry. And it was Morris Wilkes and his brother who led the field with the very, very first of the UK Pocket vehicle.
Look at that.
Now Wilkes was also a class-1 father.
Right span. Dean. Yeah. Welsh water. Sway leg electric. Rootabouts. Look at the mouse bar. That's awesome. Oh, the tobacco one. Oh, there. Syrup. The syrup one. Tea bags. Tetley tea. That's the advert used to be in the olden days.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, there.
There. It's all different names for Thai food. That was a tea bag, Volvo.
What's it kind of brands?
I'm making myself feel myself old.
I got the first dimension today. Pretty Capsule race course. See, look, I told you there was another race there.
That's a
a race, another show.
Why didn't you go one for tomorrow then?
No, they have got one tomorrow.
I
It's
know,
South
but
Wales
why
car
are
show.
you advertising it?
Because I don't know. I mean, that's a good thing to ask. At.
We advertised for September.
Maybe they haven't got any promotional materials.
Unless loads turned up last week, you don't think much is going to turn up this week.
Oh, they're very much mistaken.
Yeah.
After running there.
Oh, look at that. 40, not 40 toes there.
80 years old.
Lovely to be.
It wasn't that many years ago, but it's coming in the bar. Up there in Northumberland, I think it was one of the very first Land Rovers. It was completely derelict. It was covered up in the bar. And it was auctioned off down in London in a hotel. I think it was somewhere like Hyde Park Lane Hotel or something. And it got bought by the guy who's the man behind the Ineos Grenadier. And he restored that very sympathetically. And they took that on the Mongolian Vehicle Challenge, which is all vintage vehicles. And that vehicle actually outran some of the modern.
Those chairs, aren't they? That chair there.
Anyway,
£8.
along the line
Yeah.
we got the very, very first of the series ones. And this really goes back to the infancy when Rover was born, Land Rover was born. And we got a lovely Devon registration on this, PV, in the number plate, nice Devon vehicle. And it's totally unmolested, this is totally unmolested. It's
Kelsmore Dairy.
Oh yes,
I wonder how much it is. They're friendly enough.
£4, Thomas.
£4, is it? Oh, milkshakes. I didn't know they do milkshakes.
Oh, single scoop. Ah, yeah,
Oh,
right.
yeah? They've seen your prices.
For later.
Not bad, is it?
Oh, you could sit in there, look.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, is it just for the people out the bar, you know?
Well, you can sit in there.
Is that really like the bar? Apple.
Alcoholic drinks. I
Oh,
never
what
knew
that
that.
said? Oh, can't go past that point. You can't drink it on the way round. That's good.
Oh, that's okay. At least then everybody can enjoy themselves, I suppose. Just go around there now because you can't go through that way. They're stuck. Yeah, I mean, it's a gradual full of people though, everybody. It's not too busy, but like I said, it's a bit early in the morning yet. Obviously you get busy as the day goes on. People might still be in bed or might fancy having breakfast before they come out, you know. Gourmet beef burgers, traditional sausage and chips. See what the price is. Not bad for the cold drinks, are they?
I know.
Oh, they do breakfast.
Yeah. Well, people want to
Thing is, there's the green writing. You can't really make it out really unless you go that close. Nice sweets. Honeycombs.
1969 has been going.
Decades ago, that, isn't it?
About 57 years.
That's
Jack of potatoes, cheese, beans, peanuts.
Tex-Mex, 910.
How much?
Okay.
9,000.
So those are the toilet services there, everybody, just so you know. No, they doesn't look that all of my drink. You'll do well, just angle it straight like I've been doing.
I haven't got patience for that.
Nick's holding the live stream camera.
There you go. No, you are. I don't like doing it.
What?
I don't like doing it.
I suppose we're all two cameras.
Yeah, I don't mind walking.
Oh, I don't know about that, viewers. Can't be having that, can we? Everyone's got to play their part, haven't they? Everyone's got to play their part as a film crew.
No, I'm the taxi driver who gave you here. After that, it's up to you.
Well, I haven't got a head mount, so I can't put a phone into thin air.
Well, use one or the other then.
Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough choice. Oh, I did try, viewers, I did try. I won't persevere, that'd be a bit mean.
That's what I see at the flowers.
So we've got a Range Rover engine.
And also apologies, everybody, I know hearing history is important, but a lot of people will say my commentary is better.
That's
So
where the fun begins,
there we go.
because you guys can have a lot of fun with them, and a lot of people do re-enter them too, don't they?
Yeah, this has got the Rover V8 in it instead of the original 2-litre side valve. Makes it keep up with modern traffic.
Let's have a look round the back, because all Land Rovers seem to have a hole in the chassis member on the back. And as I was chatting to the guy with the nice Devon registration Series 1 there, short wheelbase, this is where the PTO could deliver a prop shaft to work implements designed for the farmer.
Yeah, they did a variety of implements, saw benches, locksmithers, you name it, there was anything was available. You could pick it up, Land Rover made it.
Well, I call these the big boys of the Cardo set, because you can take everything off the car. You can take the door tops off, you can take the hoods off, you can do everything off that windscreen down flat, and it becomes again a very nice functional vehicle.
they've really got a bit of live show to watch.
It's just a good multi-purpose vehicle. It doesn't excel at anything, but it just does everything.
Well, thanks for chatting to me. Lovely. So it's two really, really lovely examples there for Series 1. Of course, yeah, we talk short wheelbase with that lovely Devon number plate. If you're in a number plates like I am, DV is Devon, DV. And of course, you know, number plates are issued not only from the licensed offices, but some of them were registered in like the cities of Exeter and Plymouth. And then you also had what they call the county registration officers as well. But look at this one, we've got another re-registration. So at some point you've lost your registration number, have you?
I don't know, I've only just bought it.
Anyway, you just bought it. Have you ever owned one before?
Not a Series 1, only a Series 2.
So this is going to be a bit of a learning curve and a bit of fun for you, because they are a very capable vehicle, aren't they? And you've been very kind in giving us a bit of a handout. And this was a 1958 registered, and the month Series 1 production stopped and Series 2 began. That's interesting. Yeah, cool. Yeah, the vehicle could be one of the last off the production line, and it's fitted with the later diesel engine and overdrive. Now, of course, you know, when we talk overdrive, that's like the equivalent of a fifth gear, wasn't it?
Yes, it makes life a lot easier, keeping up with traffic. It's just give half a gear, which is a lot when you're...
Now, of course, when you buy one of these, we don't really have to worry about the bodywork rust because it's aluminium, don't we? But you've still got things like the outriggers on the chassis. You've got to look after bits like that because they do rust.
Yeah, it's all in very good order, so whoever had it before looked after it or done excellent repairs on it, so it is a nice bit of kit. I do enjoy it.
Very nice indeed, my friend. Look at that. And that is your standard, you know, your standard Land Rover green. That is lovely. Now, moving along, we come up to 1981 with this example, and I think they used to call this sort of teal blue or something, but it's a lovely example. Good morning to you.
Morning. Yeah, I bought it new in 1981. By 95, the chassis had gone on it. Not completely, but it was unusable. Got put in the shed for years. Then the shed had to be taken down because we did a barn conversion. And left it under the edge for 10 years probably. And somebody came to me to buy my long wheelbase Land Rover. And I stupidly sold it to him for a daft price because I didn't realise. And he looked at this one and he said, because you had it new and you got it sketched on the windscreens, and he said, it's worth doing up, he said.
Now, of course, you've done a lot to this, looking at just inside the cab. The seats look absolutely amazing. Are there companies out there that sort of carry out that work for you, or just do you go and buy new seats?
A local person in which just outside of Monmouth was doing Land Rovers, so he had it for about a year and a half, stripped it right down, That's it, that's what we result in.
Very, very nice indeed. And when we mentioned things like the soft tops with the canvas covers, this is the hard top. And of course, again, available in long wheelbase, short wheelbase, and that is a very nice example, dating there for 1981. We got a 1975 example now. And of course, you know, what would this be, Series 2?
3. Series 3.
Series 3, sorry, yeah. Series 3, 1975 example.
Restored. Fantastic, look at this. Looks like new.
It is, it's a lovely cab, isn't it? When you sort of get a chance, everybody, to have a look close up at these vehicles down in the parking area, sort of stick your heads in and sort of have a look, you know. And a vehicle this age, and I always say this about vintage cars, you can always smell the smells from the day they were new. And that is due to the things like the vinyls and the trims that they used to use within the vehicles.
It's got a 300 TDI in it.
That is very nice indeed, my friend. So, has it got any little quirky bits? Because every vehicle has some little quirk or other, haven't they?
It's my grandson who's got it. I had it years ago for 14 years, and he had it up and he's done everything. So, quirky bits.
Now, when it comes to sort of maintenance and rebuilds, all done?
Then do the bonnet all the time doing it. Yeah, we broke down this morning. Fuel pipe. We fixed that. We come back with no problem. There's the exit in the back of the vehicle. So, we just towed Matthew Ferguson all the way in. But we weren't towing it. Yeah, we towed it back to Matthew Ferguson today. That's right. But we didn't want to do it, and never mind, we did it.
As you say, very capable vehicle, aren't they? It's lovely. But, yeah, so 1975 example, 1981. And you go right back then to the 50s and right back to the very early start of the Series 1. So the Land Rover story is incredible. But like I say, the one that got auctioned off and purchased by the guy who bought out the Ineos Grenadier, and he ran that vehicle all the way to the Mongolian Vintage Challenge. And that was, I think it was about 003 off the production line. A very interesting story that is in itself, because it didn't break down, it outpaced some of the other vehicles that took part in that challenge. But just look at what you got there. We talk about leaving them in their working clothes, don't we? Because that is where you have to leave a vehicle of this age in its working clothes, because it looks the part, it's got all the patina. You know, if you can leave it in its working clothes, people can see just how they've sort of aged over the years. If you do a full registration and a full restoration on one, then you sort of lose the patina. Roger, you were going to say something, were you?
You've forgotten something most important about the first Land Rovers.
Go on.
The steering wheel was in the centre, wasn't it?
It was. I've yet to see one.
I've seen one.
Yeah. I don't know if you ever get a chance to have a look at the Land Rover story a little bit more in depth, a little bit more sort of time needed than what we got in the arena today. But there are pictures on the internet showing the very first Land Rovers looking like a Willys Jeep. And of course they did look like a Willys Jeep, but with Land Rover badging on. And of course the pictures you see contain a centre steering wheel, which was quite an interesting concept, because that would have done away with left-hand and right-hand drive versions. But it, like the export markets and stuff. Roger.
Also, Land Rovers did them with tracks on them.
They did.
For the tracks, didn't they?
Patterson conversions.
That's right.
Yeah, Patterson conversions. Yeah, I saw one at Letney Miles Steam Rally, not last year. Year before, there was a lovely Patterson conversion down there. But anyway, we are at the Border County Steam and Country Show. Hope you enjoy that, everyone, because we've got some amazing vehicles on site this weekend. And we're very privileged that these guys have brought these into the arena today for us to talk about and to tell some of their stories as well. Because that is where vintage shows, you know, score really big, you know, big time, because these lads have got incredible stories. Some of them have had he rescued them from barns, some of them how they've worked all their working life on the local farm or whatever. The stories that people can tell us really add to the flavour of the vintage shows. But when we look down here in the parking area itself, we've got more Land Rover stories there. And we've got the sort of more modern day Land Rovers that you know, saw service with the army and other organisations. And what I'm going to do in a moment, when I let these lads have a drive around the arena, I'm going to come down and we're going to walk the line up. And we're going to have a chat to the military guy at this end, because he's got some of the stuff to do with the Royal Army Ordnance Corps. Now that's the bomb disposal people. And he's got some very interesting exhibits there. And then of course you've got what looks like a county Land Rover on the 1973 reg. We're going to have a look at that one as well. And then of course you've got others that haven't come to the arena today, which hopefully they'll come in tomorrow. Anyway lads, if you want to do some circuits for us, please do. Do some circuits and then go back to your parking area. And then I'll go outside the arena and have a walk down the lineup.
The exercise will do you good, John. Also to remind people, if you are going to register your dogs, registration will be from 11 o'clock for the dog show registrations.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Roger. Roger's in here, he does all my public announcements for me and twiddles all the knobs on the equipment, so I'm either too loud or too quiet or anything like that. But good lad, Roger. Comes all the way from Bognor Regis. I come from Stonehenge, and that's where I live. A very busy part of the country, Stonehenge is, of course, with traffic and the A303. But Bognor Regis, where Roger comes from, is a nice seaside resort about 3.5 hours away. Anyway, back to the vehicles. Look at that, leading the lineup is that lovely Series 1 on the long wheelbase. And what stories that have come out today about these vehicles? You've got two of the, oh well, three of the very first Series 1s there. You've got the lovely Devon registration, the one that's got all that nice patina about it. And you've got to leave that unrestored. Leave it in its working clothes, we say. Then behind that you've got the other short wheelbase Series 1. And typical farmer's vehicle, when you look at it, you can see how the farmers actually, it appealed to them, how they loved it. And of course, all them attachments that you could run off of the PTO systems out through that hole in the back of the chassis number. As it drives by you, see if you can spot the hole that I was pointing at in the back of the chassis. And of course, that is where the PTO shaft came through, and they were able to run all kinds of implements and farming, spreading equipments and all sorts through that hole. Connected into, I think it's the back axle somewhere it's connected into. You'd have to correct me on that one. And then of course we've got the Series 3s here, which one dates from 1981 and the other one there from 1975. And you see the system hasn't changed much, has it? The wings haven't changed, the grills haven't changed, you know, things sort of got modernised a little bit. But it is still looking like it first did when it was first launched, a true Land Rover. Thousands rolled out of Low Lane up there in Solihull. That was the home of Land Rover all those years ago. And of course that family of Land Rover eventually included the Range Rover, the vehicle that the farmer's wife used to go to the market with the eggs in the back. You could chuck a bale of straw in the back of a Range Rover. Closely followed by the Discovery, of course, and there's the Land Rover story. Now, if you get a chance to go and have a chat to these guys down at the bottom of the arena at the parking area, they've got stories to tell as well, because there's some who've not made it to the arena today, and if they're with their vehicle, have a look round, start asking the sort of questions we would find out as well. Anyway, I'm going to walk about. Roger, you have to monitor my microphone level when I'm down the bottom for me, please.
I'll think about it. One thing, the guy that invented the Ineos Grenadier came up with that conception. If you look at an Ineos Grenadier, they look very similar to the Land Rover. And that's because the guy that invented it used to work on Land Rovers and the production lines. And mind you, I wouldn't mind having a Grenadier, they're nice motors.
Oh, there's a bit there. Well, I'll do it, everybody.
If I remember rightly, Roger, the panel above the cockpit contains everything that you need to wire all your attachments into the Ineos Grenadier. That's correct, is it?
Yeah, when you're looking above your head, if you're sitting in the vehicle, it looks like a panel out of an aircraft, because there's switches in there, upon switches. So if you have extras put onto it, like the revolving orange lights or things like that, all the wiring is already there. All we got to do is drill the hole, put the lights on and connect up. So they did a good all-round thing on that, and you're standing near that speaker.
And of course, you know, when you've got all that cabling in place in a modern vehicle, it's amazing because saves all that hard work. Anyway, look where I am. Good morning to you. I'm going to come inside if I may. They've got some lovely exhibits here. The Royal Army Ordnance Corps, responsible for Monmouth. You've done your history on them, haven't you?
Yes. I actually own this EOD wheelbarrow. It came to me from the National Army Museum. It was going in the ship. It was part of a display, and at the end it was going in the ship, and someone let me know about it, and I dived up to London and picked up the scraps of metal that was on the floor. And if you come and have a look at the display here, you see the pictures of it laid out on the my garage floor. The thing about it though, when I actually got it home and started looking at it, it hadn't been blown up, it had been blown over. So most of the damage was to the superstructure, which was a godsend because the electrics underneath is a nightmare, which I'll tell you about in a minute.
Now, of course, when you look at this, right, stories behind this, there's certainly tales of stories, can't they? But with something so unique, and how many have survived? There's only about 5 or 6, is that correct?
No, in private hands. We've only got about 4 in private hands. There might be others out there, but what I know of, there's only about 4. And this is the only one that has got all the original bits in it. The one down in Bristol is the bits, just bits and pieces. The Missouri one, we're going to try and get that one going one day, but the gentleman that owns it hasn't been very well lately. And then there's the one up north, that's a Mark 7, and that's slowly being restored. And then there's one in Northern Ireland, but that's got completely new electronics making it, so it looks the part, but it's all new stuff underneath. Where this one has got all original relays inside.
What a fascinating piece of equipment. You won't know where I am. I'm down the bottom end of the arena and I'm with the military Land Rovers here. So this Royal Army Ordnance explosives piece of equipment, which is amazing. You can understand quite how they try to do stuff remotely to make their job a lot safer. But when we talk Army Land Rovers, you've got 2 nice examples here today. And this one has got a bit of a story about it, because what year is it, about 1985?
They're part of the rebuild program. What the Army was doing was to keep get through certain procedures. So what they got was a load of 20-year-old Land Rovers, which went off to workshops. One in Catrick and one in up in Scotland. And they were completely stripped right down to the bare bones, all straight out, and all reconditioned, brand new bits and pieces, and put back together with modifications on them. So when the Army come to get the Wolf, they didn't have to go through the procurement system, because they said, oh, we've already got that in service, that's in service, that's in service. So that managed to get the Wolf into service without going through the procurement.
Now, of course, you always tell a Land Rover that it's been reconditioned because they painted their engines a really strange colour of sort of teal duck egg blue, weren't they?
Yeah, duck egg blue goes back, way back, because when Land Rover were producing the military setup, the engine had to be what they call tuned, looked at, and it went down the line, was pulled off to go onto the military line, and it was painted this ducking O'Donnell colour Land Rover to show that it was the military spec engine, and that was how they covered the O'Donnell colour.
Now, of course, it's very nice to see that on this Land Rover you've actually got the Army registration index mark, and it's an index mark as opposed to a registration number. Now, these numbers for the Army system, which is 00KF59, you would find that ID somewhere stamped in the vehicle. Very often it would be stamped in the door pillar, and you find this on all of the Army equipment right the way back almost to day one. And from obtaining that details, you can then apply to them and get its full service history, can't you?
That is right, and it's all free. You just go online and do it. Or get your wife to do it for you instead of a computer. But no, you can find basic history of the vehicle through and through. This one actually comes from London. I was with an EOD in London, and that's... the system with the Army is a vehicle, when it's brand new, is class 1. And then as it gets to a certain age...
I'll try and reflect what you just done, because I was zoomed in so much.
It becomes class 3. And any minor problems with that vehicle up through the classes, class 1, it is repaired no matter what it is. Class 2, they, well, it's costing more than too much. We cast it, or okay, it's worth it. Class 3, any dead scratch or anything falling off, they cast it. Well, these went back and were completely rebuilt from the ground up. But they never recast it. So this one,
I know it's my arm.
I was going to the floor.
There we go.
What's the video?
Fantastic story. Now, moving on, Roger, this one is definitely true. If you are with a Land Rover man, it's most certainly a radio man, and a cluster of our radio equipment. So that's our part of it, it's radio. Roger.
You do the APS. I just managed to get in this year. Well, then we come for and I come as well, so I'm showing vintage chainsaws. I've got quite a few saws for engines
That's awesome. Tom.
This is it.
Right, there's this stuff. By you, do the tractor.
Well, we seem to be losing our
You did.
our bearings now.
You did.
I was concentrating on the tractor show, and then we just freestyling again now. This is where we.
Right, let's go up the top by you. That's where all the steam trains are. Yeah.
Hello? Live video.
Does this face look like it's bothered?
We always use a pocket phone, isn't it?
You are? That's cute. That's cute. By you.
So that's a CS 25 top.
You can smell it now, can't you? Look at that. Use the barrel up. I did, that's good though, I like that.
I remember seeing this in Welland about 2 years ago. Yeah. And what astounded me was saying how quiet it was. Oh, right. Quiet. The other one, the older one, what's up with the condenser in it? There's a condenser in it. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, they all real enough. I have some engines at home, but that's in the range. You couldn't quiet them. No matter what you do to it, bang!
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just so noisy. There's no exhaust pump on that one.
It changed this week, didn't it, really? I think it's come on with it. I think he's trying to bend into me.
That's all right, that's all right. That's good.
We go up here.
That's not straight, it's wonky again.
We're going up here. Oh, if you go miss half this stuff.
Oh, we've got a couple of hours, yeah. So.
I know.
So viewers, Nick's taking over the live camera.
Not for long.
For me to get used to the pocket store, because I don't know if we...
It's the big girls down there. There's all people's caravans.
No, man, in the main arena. There's cars, there's cars there.
Look at them coming up, Tom. Look at that. Tom. What's the man? He didn't. Look how wide it is. It's a tractor.
I'm getting used to everything slowly, but you know, it isn't really beginner friendly because you've got to keep watching it and walk your eye over it because you go. It is in any direction.
Yeah, you're photograph, I think.
I saw the power pack is
Yeah,
let me make the pole smaller. Oh, you have a tighter grip of that. That's got to be put you up. There you go.
Wait.
So you just showed you on the steam engines, everybody. They're pretty powerful though, aren't they? And I haven't had any chat messages in, so we apologise as well, everybody, for not reading your chat messages. Nick took over the live camera because, as you know, you might have heard me say in the stream, that I got to focus my attention on the DJI Pocket 4. If I were to film my content with it, I need to make sure that does well and for me to use it easy enough. So I just wanted that inconvenience there. We'll come back to the tractors in a second, everybody. Guess what's going on in the main arena, I think. I think something's happening in the main arena. I don't know about the dog show.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Right, buddy, just off camera you can see the dog show there in the distance. It's far away from us at the minute. Like even my Pocket 4 can't even focus on it. I'm hoping they're going to go around the field though.
Okay, so we're going to have a run around the arena now. Let's see who can beat Ashley.
So everybody, we now watching the dog show there, look. And me practicing the Pocket 4 as well, so we've got 2 cameras at the moment.
Well done, everyone.
So if you've got any questions, or viewers, do leave them in the live chat. We'll read your comments.
If we could ask all the children to leave the arena now, we'll have a final lap with Ashley and the hounds. You could all make your way back outside, please. So if you can cheer on the Williston and Leadenvale Bassets, please.
So they're leaving the main arena now, I believe. Yeah, they are. Look. Well, I'm not sure where then. That's probably it. What do you think? What do you think, viewers? I don't think they'll be back in the main arena after that. What's on the? Is there a timetable here? I know it's 11:15 there were cars. I got 2 cameras on. I can't check. Huh? 25 to 12? Could be any of them. Could be like a quarter to them.
Get an announcement to let you know at 11:45, which is in about 10 minutes time, we will have the cars into the arena. So cars for 11:45, please.
So was all wait here and wait, didn't we? This was Try, can you go and grab that off me? The Pocket 4. So everybody, I'm going to give the Pocket 4 to Nick. So Nick at least one camera to look after today.
At least I'm sat down because I wanted my back in.
Oh yes, I hold with 2 hands. So I can focus it on the stream now.
How can you hold this for ages?
I'm not sure why though, really, but the phone doesn't seem like it's got much oof into it, really.
I wore it
I'm not sure if not on the stand tight, isn't it?
Yeah, I wore it out.
Looks pretty silly to me, but every time I move the phone, it's like it's lost its balance or something. Let's just check stabilisation. Yeah, my stabilisation mode is on, so that's weird. So like, if you could try and film it on the Pocket 4, you've got to like hold it with 2 hands, and the phone's your guide, so narrow it as it comes across. So yeah, we're here, buddy, waiting for the 11:45 AM show. There is no itinerary near this side of the main arena, though, as you can see. So that's a bit annoying.
Yeah, what was that whistling? You see what that whistle is?
So there's not a lot of activity happening, everybody. We're in the main concourse, and for the 11:45 on the cars. So I think what we'll do, I think we'll film most of the action that's happening on the main arena, and then we'll show you when there's like a break around the site. I think that might be better off. Otherwise, we're running around like a headless chicken. So I think if we
public announcement from the commentary box. The dog show are now taking bookings for the dog show, and that's in the small arena adjacent to the large arena. So that's bookings now being taken for the dog show, and I understand judging is at 1 PM onwards. So if you've got your animal on site, please do go over. There's various classes, and it's just £1.50 per class to enter.
The thing is, with the live stream as well, is when something's happening far away and I'm trying to zoom in, and I got that as well, I can't pinch the camera to focus on anything. So that's a drawback.
Yeah, but you have to choose one or the other because you can't keep doing it.
No, that's not that. It's just I'll use it for most part of the day, then I'll get used to it, because I obviously got to get used to it now.
Yeah.
Because if I'm going to use that for my proper videos, I got to know how it operates, what to concentrate on, if you know, at the angle of it all and all that.
You cannot choose. I'm making that take my back into it, huh? I don't try to sit down.
Yeah. Well, this is quite light actually. This is light compared to that one.
Yeah, but when you got your hands comfortably like that, you're used to it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's filling up a little bit, buddy. A little bit.
No, Tracy is not.
I think everyone's waiting for maybe a later on display, I think. Should have a timetable here, though, because there's timetables around the site, but it isn't everywhere, do you know what I mean?
There's only one or two about, you know.
Not really good if you're, this far away from it all, you know? Yeah, so much to see though, everybody, in the Border County show. I hope you have enjoyed it so far. So make sure you consider liking at the very least if you're watching this on replay and you got this far into the stream. And what I'll do, I'll stop the recording on the otherwise just to waste memory. So let me know when it starts. Press the red button there. If you have any difficulty, let me know.
I can put down from there.
Yeah, off the camera though, that's sensitive.
I'm not banging it down.
Sensitive lens, that is.
You can go on my lap for a minute, don't put my hand up.
Yeah, there's if only you have a camera crew that goes with you, innit? That'd be a cool idea. The camera crew have all the stress. They don't deliver the best content.
Well, it goes with it. You rotate it.
It does, yeah.
That's awesome.
So we've got another couple of minutes yet. So basically, I know viewers will be watching this and well, nothing's happening while I'm hovering over an empty field. It's just if we go anywhere now or show you a little bit more about the site, everybody, they'll start in about the next couple of minutes, and it's like running around everywhere. It becomes more frustrating for us then, because when we're in the middle of something, we gotta go back to the main arena, then try to figure out where we started from again. So we just have no
direction.
It's direction, but it's just not having a sense of travel, like, cause it's all like free moving, you know what I mean?
All around the arena.
Yeah, so
we don't know what we've seen and what we haven't.
Yeah, then you just it's just a feeling of frustration then, isn't it? Because then you just don't know if you've been there or everywhere. So it's always good to have like a plan just to...
Public announcement from the commentary box, vintage cars. If you want to get yourselves ready, you're due in about 5 minutes into the arena. Yep, 5 minutes ago, 11:45 they're coming in, aren't they? Is your clock wrong then, Roger? Yeah. Apparently our clock is wrong. Oh right, it's 1 minute everyone, so if you want to get yourselves ready, 11:45, we'll welcome the cars into the arena. We're coming to talk about the heritage of our British motoring industry, because it is one that is centred all around the West Midlands predominantly, and there were some great manufacturers that come out of the West Midlands, and hopefully we're going to see some great examples today.
So, any minute now, I think.
further call for vintage cars, please, to the arena. If you want to come in and talk about your vehicle, bring the vehicle in it. Actually, if you don't want to talk about your vehicle, I'll do that for you. And just bring it in. Let's talk about our heritage when it comes to the car industry. And there's some cracking stories from you guys too, because you're the guys who dig very often deep into the pockets to restore and to cherish and to love these vehicles. And then we got our very first British vehicle. Of course, this is the day 1970 by the looks of it, on the H-Reg. 1970, that would have been the day of the British Motor Corporation, just before the change over to the BMC, which is British Leyland Motor Corporation. But the BMC group, you see, in its day was responsible for Austin, Morris, Jaguar, Rover, Wolseley, Riley, and there was quite a few very, very interesting vehicles come out of those factories, mainly up in the Midlands. And the most famous one, of course, the Mini. We must never forget the Mini, must we? Got some very early examples in the car parking section by the commentary box there. And when it comes to this, the MGB, it was predominantly built for the American marketplace because they liked our sports cars. And a lot of the sports numbers went over to the States. Now, if you want to go and bring them back from the States, my best advice is to bring them back from a dry state, somewhere like California, and import it back to the UK, because out there the weather is a little bit more suitable to preserving that vehicle, rather than somewhere that's got lots of moisture and you buy yourself something which is, oh look at this, a wartime car, you can see that from the headlamps. And I think that's the Morris by the looks of it, is it? I can't see the badge. Yeah, Morris 8, of course, I was thinking of Morris 8 Series E. But yeah, very similar, but yeah, Morris 8, looking at the old wartime headlamps. And of course, they used to shine down in the road through the little vents on the headlamp there. And when you talk of cars of that era, the war days of the 1940s, those would have had wooden floorboards in there. Wooden floorboards, and I expect it still got its timber. And that was due to the shortage of steel, the shortage of metals in World War II. Meant that cars like this had to have timber floorboards. It also takes our motoring industry back to the days when we had what we call coach building skills. And there's another lovely coach built vehicle, just looking at it, that's the Austin. And of course, when you look at that vehicle, the coach building skills in that meant that underneath that metalwork is timber, and very much used of it. Now, the Mini, the Moke or the Scamp, I think it's a Moke, is it? It is a Moke, and it dates in 1980 on a V-Reg. UV in the number plate, by the way, is a London registration, UV. Registered in London, we're going to have a chat about this because these were a factory-built vehicle. They weren't a kit car enough, and they were factory-built. And this lovely MG, and of course sports jobby, most of these were fitted with the 3.5 litre V8. You can hear the purr of that engine out through that exhaust. Looking at the MGC GT, what a lovely vehicle. And this is where it all started for a lot of people, is motoring. Started with a Mini, I did in 1976, so I'm going on 68 now, but my very first car was a Mini. Now, when this vehicle appeared last year, and you can give me a wave, because I remember you from last year, well done, we looked at that and I thought, I know that number plate, it's got a Dorset number plate on a 1982Y, and I looked at that vehicle and thought immediately, Southern Electricity Board. And the owners actually didn't know, but eventually they were doing some work in the back of the Mini, took all apart and found Southern Electricity Board stickers and things on the wall inside the Mini. So yeah, I was spot on there. This is rather nice, the Ford Escort. Not only did they make the standard 1100 Escorts and the 1300s, they also made the RSs and the Mexicos. And just looking at that for a nice example, you don't see many of them on the rally field. Now this is the All Seasons Moke, and of course you think back to some of the programmes like The Prisoner, where it was filmed, I think that was filmed down in Wales, wasn't it? Port Merion or somewhere, I think so. And then a whole fleet of them at the show, on show down there during the filming of that programme. But yeah, lovely Mini. Now, product now of the British Motor Corporation, the B&C group of its day, and you've got the Wolseley. And it's probably a 1660, I think. Let's have a look. Yes, a 1660 Wolseley. You know when you've got one of them behind you, because the little grille on the front has got a little badge, and that lights up at night. So when you see that coming towards you, and you look at it behind you in your mirror, you can know it's a Wolseley, because that little light lights up. Now, we've spoken about the British Motor Corporation, but look at this. This is a product of the Roots Group. Now, the Roots Group were responsible for Hillman, Humber, Singer, and of course, what we got here? We got the Sunbeam Rapier. That was another of their iconic mates. Again, it was destined for the American marketplace. Back to the British Motor Corporation of its day. When you look at this, MG, which was Morris Garages. And of course, that was all part of that big empire. Got an AD in the number plate, which denotes, but I'll see you in a minute, my friend. You keep going, I'll see you in a minute. The AD in the number plate is a Gloucester registration. And yeah, they're a lovely family car, but originally, the doctors used to own them because they were quite expensive. And then the car that you could almost buy every part at it's sort of the supermarket back in the 1960s, the Morris Minor, the 1000. What a car. You could still buy all the parts and build your own nowadays, and it costs you about £40,000. Now the little Austin 7, well, we may mention that has got a Gloucester number plate, a GF on it. A lot of Gloucester stuff here today. And the Austin 10, ooh, the Austin 7's big brother, the Austin 10. But our coach building skills were amazing because not only did we use timber for all the frame and the floor, we also did all of like the door cards inside of the vehicle with timber, and it was all like hand carved. Now, when we think of future classics, there are a lot of them appearing on the rally field now, and you look at this Crossfire, and you are that, I should take a guess at this, 2000 and something, but I'm going to talk to you in a minute, my friend, because that is somewhat different. Yeah, you can park up, if you want to lead the way and park up when you're ready, alright? Good man. And we've got our second Escort joining us, and of course, yeah, when I mentioned the 1300s, the 1100 of course was the basic, 13 was a little bit sporty, you had the 1300 GTs, you had the RS, you had the Mexicos, but then you had the 1300, what's that one? The 1300E, and of course, the Escort was a very, very modest price car in its day. It appealed to families. You could buy one of them on the 1973 outrage. At the same time, they're still producing Austin 1100s on the outrage in 1973. Totally different cars, completely different spectrums. That's got a nice Bristol number plate on there, A on a 1964 on a B, and there's some lovely family cars. That used to be the preferred option for taxi companies and stuff like that. And we're going to let these guys tell us some stories in a moment, because we just let them have their little parade, I call it, because that is where you get a chance to see the cars up close, and then we're going to get a chance to hear what these guys have got to say. Now this is a very early Morris 1000 because it's got what they call a split screen. So she's about 1957, 58, maybe wrong, but she is very early. Gloucester number, PH, London number plate on that one, sorry, London number plate on the PH. And yeah, good cross-representation of our vehicle industry. Very, very good representation here today. And they're not all in the arena, as you can imagine. There are some people who won't move out their parking spot and sit there and enjoy the show as well. So, you know, if you get a chance to have a look at the cars in the parking lineup, you will see a very, very interesting cross representation of the motoring industry. Anyway, they're all going to park up now for us, and then we're going to have a chat to some of the owners. Now, people say to me, they say, John, have you got a favourite car? I suppose it has to be the Mini, because that's what I learned to drive on in 1976, is what I passed my test on 3 months later. And it's the first car probably I crashed, the Mini. So yeah, I suppose, you know, young driver, age 17 in 1976, yeah, Mini was the one for me. It was a bit of an old beast really, my Mini, because it was an early 1960s example full of rust, and it lasted me just a few months. It got me on the road, that was the main thing. But look at that for a liner. I'm getting quite excited now, having to come over and have another look at more, have a chat to people. But I think I'm going to start with it's got to be in Mexico. Is it an RS or Mexico? It's not, he's nodding his head. I'm going to talk to you. You come out and join me, my friend. Anyway, 1973 was all the rage when you had the Ford Escorts being made. They were in then to their 6th year of production because they came out in 1968 on an F-Reg. And of course, by the time it got to this, 1973, they'd ironed out all the issues. But you're section leader, aren't you, for the cars? You've got some cracking vehicles over there.
Yeah, we've got some lovely cars here today. Fair play, really good turnout.
So, story behind the restoration on this, because it is very, very unusual.
It's just it was a basic Escort at some point. Somebody's put a 2-litre Pinto, 2040 carburetors I put on, a 5-speed Sierra gearbox, Type 9 gearbox, and so it's just a standard car with basically most of the things the RS has got, apart from twice the price.
Now, if you imagine this was the basic 1100, the family version, you can see how that aerodynamically and price structure-wise shaped the motor industry for a few years, because people then still had, in those days, Austin 1100s and stuff kicking around, still being made in 1967, still being made in 1973. So, along comes the Escort, appeals to the family marketplace, and you can see that people went for the style, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. It's quite a stylish car, and a lot of people did go with the Fords and like the Fords, and came away, unfortunately, for British Leyland, from British Leyland then. Yeah.
Of course, British Leyland went on to sort of mid-70s, so to speak, a little bit beyond, and it was run on public money. It was the British Leyland Motor Corporation by the time it ended, and Sir Patrick Edwards was brought in by the government to close it down, wasn't it? And that was a sad end to a big chunk of our motor industry. The last ones British Leyland ever did off the production line was like the I-Towers and the Montegos, and that was it. Yeah, sadly gone, the Allegros. Yeah, some lovely vehicles they built. When you get your parts, my friend, can you still get everything quite reasonable?
No problem, really. You can get all the bits. Most of the bits you can get, no problem at all. Yeah. Expensive, very expensive. Any second-hand parts are crazy, but you can still find them.
Imagine this turns heads, doesn't it?
The colour certainly does. Yeah. You wouldn't want to have an affair if you were driving a car like that.
Absolutely brilliant. So there we go, a lovely example of the Ford Escort. Now, I made mention of this lovely minivan, and of course, when you look at the number plate, it was registered down in Dorset, and it's on a Y-Reg, 1982, so it's at the very end of production. But it still encompass some of the things that you found in all of the earlier minivans, which was the sliding windows. You didn't have a wind-up window, and of course you could still got the sliding windows there, and this lovely pop-up vent on the roof, which the Austin Morris Corporation, which was a British Motor Corporation on the day, Austin Morris, they used to put exactly the same vent on the Austin A30 vans back in the 50s. So there we are in 1982, still encompassing this lovely vent on the roof, and it stops all the rust in the van, because you are a van owner and you go out, like my van next to the arena here, my white one there, you go out in the mornings during the winter months and you've actually got water droplets on the roof of the van, so you can imagine if you got it on there, you had it in this. Anyway, Southern Electric, we worked this out to be, didn't we? And probably based down, I think, Southern Electric, when we talked Dorset with number plate, they were very much Dorset and Hampshire as a company. I will put my hand on my heart and say probably Lyndhurst Depot down in Hampshire.
Okay, yes, that's correct.
The other depot was Verwood in Dorset. How did you get the connection in the end? Because I sort of primed the fuse, didn't I, and said it's Southern Electric, and then how did you find the connection? You found a sticker or something, did you? Here he is. You took the side panel off and found that Southern Electric. It's an amazing story, isn't it? And of course, you know, seeing the little bits of trim here, right? You need to tap them back on with a rubber hammer. But they used to rust behind there, didn't they? And some people who were quite sort of ingenious used to cut that down with a angle grinder to get rid of that rust chunk of metal, didn't they?
Just completely de-seamed the car, didn't they? And then, yeah, the rally boys did it for strength.
Now, when Southern Electric had these were the meter readers vans. That's what they were. They used to go around, empty the meters, and of course in those days we were putting shillings, I expect, and you know, we'd gone decimal by that point, so we were putting 10 pences, 50p's in our electric meters, weren't we just? And that is what the electricity collector used to do. But it's a lovely example. But I do like the AA badge on the front, because when you see an AA badge on the front of a vehicle, that takes you back to the days when if you broke down, the AA would turn out and then stand and salute you at the roadside. And of course, the only time you didn't get a salute from them was when there was a speed trap round the corner. And of course, they were very clever, the AA, and the way that they operated. But that's a true little bit of history there. Nice vehicle. The Roots Group, again, the AA badge on the front, but a slightly different version. Now the Roots Group, as I mentioned, they were responsible for Sunbeam, Humber, Hillman Inns, Hillman Hunters, Singer Bogues, loads of them, including the Sunbeam Rapier. What a lovely vehicle. Have you worked out how many are actually left on the register?
No, but in this variation, automatic, there are 4 left in the UK.
I gotta say, with the power of the internet nowadays, you would find all the answers you need to find. So if you've got that as just 4, the automatic variation, that is a rare beast.
Yeah, I don't think many people specified it with an automatic gearbox, because at the time it was quite an expensive option. But the original owner was a major crook in London, and so we suspect he brought it because the London traffic was starting to get busy in 1958. And we have this sort of dream that he might have been a war-wounded soldier with only one leg, perhaps. But anyway, it's survived, and it's had it for well, this is the 5th year now, so it's quite a nice car, really. It's quite easy to drive once you move in, because there's no power steering or anything like that.
And they were quite sort of ingenious at doing a pillarless door, weren't they? So that the whole of the side windows and that folded down, so you effectively got American styling, because that was big in American cars, was the fact that you could fold down the back quarter window and have no pillar. So what an amazing vehicle, very, very plush. It was almost a company director's car in its day, because you didn't find Mr. and Mrs. generally would own one, because you had to dig deep in your pocket to buy one in the beginning. But thank you very, very much. And like I say, this guy acknowledges that there's possibly only 4 of the automatic variants. Very nice indeed. Got London number plate on there, you've got GP in there. Did you research its history, London? Excellent, it's got the original owner's manual book. Brilliant. All goes to the vehicle. Anyway, when we talk MG, we talk about Morris Garages. And again, they were part of the British Motor Corporation in the day, and they had several models. Now, they were much favoured by people like the doctor, the dentist. They were a little bit out of range of the everyday family. And of course, what we're talking 1950s, aren't we now? When I was a little lad, as we say. I was only 1 then in the 1950s, how about that? Anyway, welcome to Border Counties. What a lovely vehicle, because you've actually got, you've got the bodywork looking absolutely fantastic. You've got the inside looking how it should look. And, you could treat all those seats and all the leather, but you've left it with its patina.
For nearly 50 years, and I've never done anything to it, really, so this is as it is. It was supplied by Regent Motors in Cheltenham to a friend of mine's father, and when he passed away, Rod asked me if because I've had several of these before, would I like to buy it, so I aspired to buying it then, and I've had it ever since. And it had done 64,000 miles when I bought it, and it's now done 81,000, so I haven't used it a great deal.
I tell you what, that is amazing for its age, isn't it? 1,000 miles, everyone, on the clock. That is incredible. Now, one thing that I made mention of earlier on, when you stand next to these vehicles and you stick your head there, you can smell the vinyls, you can smell the carpet, you can smell the headlining in the vehicle. And this is a smell that never ever leaves an old vehicle. It will be exactly the same on this one. It will be even more so on the coach-built examples of the Austin 7 and the Austin 10, because that is a smell that never leaves. I bet when you jump in there in the mornings, it hits you, does it? Yeah, it's amazing, it's brilliant. Anyway, we're going to look at this London registered Morris 1000. Got a nice bit of paper in here with a bit of information. It's been off the road for 41 years. What's the story behind that?
It was in a barn for 41 years and I come and bought it. It's quite a good car on the outside, but underneath it all rotted. You could see the floor when you got inside. Yeah, it took me 3.5 years to do it.
And of course you cannot put a price on that, can you? The amount of time, effort, love and money that these guys put in their restorations, and supported by the family as well. You know, you can't put a price on a vehicle like this. But what lovely colour. I've not seen that. Was that a genuine Morris 1000 colour?
Colour, I made it for 6 months. It's called latte, matte latte. Colour, modern colour.
Very, very nice indeed. Beautiful. Like I say, you still buy all the parts for the Morris Minor. If you set about wanting to build your own, brand new, it'll be £40,000. And somebody told me that you can even build an electric version, whatever next. I'm a vintage man, I can't get my head around that one. Right, look at this. We've got another of the Gloucester registered vehicles on the plot today. But anyway, Austin 7, coach built. Just look at the inside, you can see the skills we had as a nation, can't you? With things like the door cards and the dashboard. It's all carved in wood, the dashboard, and it'll be exactly the same in the Big Brother one here, the Austin 10. So anyway, coach built vehicles, what are we talking, 1930s? 1936. And those were the days where you could get this for about £450. Oh, I wish I could. I'd go back and get a film. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? But, you know, timber floor, timber frame vehicle, covered in metal. That was the days when we built by hand. No production lines as we think of now when vehicles are built. All done by laser nowadays, aren't they, and computers. Back in those days it was just pure hard graft. So you've got a little side valve engine on these, haven't they?
Yes, side valve, yes.
Yeah. Has it got any little quirky bits? Because every vehicle's got something quirky about it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it starts easy on the starting handle. It starts quicker on the starting handle than the starting.
That's amazing. Well, you treasure it, my friend, because, you know, things like the wings and stuff like that, they were handmade back in the day. They were made with a hammer over a template. And of course, you know, it was done to perfection. Coach building, they call it. And just look at the headlights on this. Where on earth would you find one of those nowadays? I'd have to ask you, because you know you've got a really rare beast here, lovely vehicle, again coach built, but it was an Irish vehicle, was it originally?
It was Irish, yes. I bought this about 18 months ago, put off eBay.
Now tell me, I'm going to be nosy now, because everybody will be sat right here saying, how much did he pay on eBay? How much did you pay?
£5,000.
£5,000. Well, that was a bargain to obtain a piece of heritage motoring, isn't it? £5,000. Yeah. When you think what we pay nowadays for a modern vehicle, and you bought a chunk of a heritage, which will outlast a modern vehicle, because you haven't got computers. You see, nowadays modern vehicles, you're in out the garage when the computer tells you, aren't you? With these, it's all about easy engineering. The engine is all top dead centre. You get your timing right, you get your points set right, you get your plugs right. Turn a handle or press the start and it should go. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no key on this one. You just turn the ignition on and press the button. I had to get a key for it to lock the door when we bought it.
Again, if you need to have a look inside this vehicle and you see it in the parking liner, have a look at the dashboard, because that is where our coach building skills and the use of what I take it that's walnut by looks of it. Definitely walnut. But they would have used, and when you see that, it's veneering at its best, it really is. And any quirky stories you want to tell us about?
Not really. If it stood a little while, it needs a bit of turning over, but once it's warm, it just fires up straight away. Yeah.
We were very clever, weren't we, as an industry? I mean, really clever back in the day. And, you know, how we turned vehicles out of that quality and back in the 1930s and 40s as well. You think very, very clever. Got a nice AA badge on there, the days when they saluted you. If you want to know why the AA men used to wear brown uniform, it was because after World War II, of course, there was an abundance of army surplus available in brown. And of course, that is why they wore brown uniform. Same with the REC, there was lots of RAF uniform available, so the REC wore blue. Some stories there. When we talk about wartime, back to this one, and it's lovely because it is still portraying its lamps that shine the headlamp down onto the floor. And you shouldn't be able, technically, to see that from an aeroplane up above. And that was the idea of that, is so that you could go about your business with your vehicle in the war days. Now, like your tin hat, I bet that's brilliant. You look like, what's his name out of, yeah, you know what I mean, don't you? Captain Mandarin. Brilliant, I love it. Anyway, vehicle-wise, it's superb. How long have you owned it?
I've owned it since 1967. I spent the first year getting it ready for the road because it's been in my uncle's garage for 9 years, and as soon as I got my provisional license, it was on the road. It spent a long time off the road since then, and eventually been restored between 2003 and 2018.
That is incredible. You want to see the inside, ladies and gentlemen, you want to see the inside of this vehicle. It is amazing. But what else can I say? These are days when we built vehicles, weren't they? And we turned out some absolute classics. Now, it's not always about vintage vehicles that people want to show. They want to show what they consider to be the future classics. And here's one of them, Crossfire. Now, built by Chrysler, weren't they, if I remember rightly? Very stylish, very powerful, and yeah, I can say they're brilliant, aren't they? Yeah, so what made you buy one?
I just like the shape of it. Yeah. And the power.
And was it a lot of money in its day or not? How did it compete with the Mercedes of the day?
I'm not sure, because, I mean, I paid £6,000 for it, but I spent a lot of money on it.
Well, you know what? You're going to make me go look on the internet to find that answer. How did it compare price-wise with Mercedes, who were offering some very similar vehicles, weren't they?
No, there weren't many of these in Britain, I think, because mainly they were sold in America.
Now, Chrysler being General Motors, and that sort of, nowadays encompasses Vauxhall and Dodge and people like that. Are you right for parts on it? Can you get stuff quite easily?
Get parts, the body parts are hard to get, but all the other stuff, because it's all Mercedes, so you can get the parts easy. Yeah.
Brilliant, well done, my friend. So when we talk classic cars, vintage cars, there's always going to be some, the blockers I call them, going to be some new kids on the block, and there's one of them. Thank you very much for bringing it in the arena. Now, the Austin Mini Moke, and of course, these are factory built, if I remember. I don't know. Yeah, they were a factory production, but they weren't a kit car. Because some people think they were built as a kit, but if I'm right, and you can check the internet, please, tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong, I think they were built on a semi-line.
Yeah, but this isn't actually a 1980, it's an Australian Mini Moke, which I've owned for about probably 10, 12 years. What I like about it is it's not concourse condition, so we can use it, abuse it, if we put a little scratch on it or whatever, it's not the end of the world. It's got a 1275 engine in it, so it feels like it's going like the clappers, but then when you look down at the speedo, you're doing 22 miles an hour.
And of course the 1275 engine was used throughout the Mini Clubman range, Mini Clubman GT and stuff like that. And when we talk 1275, it's really 1300cc, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
Very, very nice. I love it. And of course, you've got the weather. Yeah, take the hood off. Yeah, brilliant. Anyway, we stick with the MG, Morris Garages, of course. So he was a very clever guy in his day because he was responsible for Nuffield tractors. Yeah, and of course, they went on to produce everything from engines for JCBs in their early days, right through to a nice range of orange Nuffield tractors. Anyway, car-wise, we've seen some in the lineup already, haven't we, of their earlier offerings there from the 50s. By the time they get to this, the MGB GT, you've got 3.5 litre under the bonnet.
MGC.
Yes, just testing, slip of the tongue. I've got to swallow another dictionary in a minute, I'll run out of words. Right, yeah, so anyway, let's have a look under the bonnet. Look at that. That is your 3.5, yeah, crammed in there. And that was used in things like the Rovers. It was the 3.5 litre engine that went into the ambulances over there, the Land Rover ambulances. And it didn't do many to the gallon, did they?
No, it still doesn't. Yeah, 20 maybe?
20, oh dear, that's hard this day and age on your pocket. But lovely vehicle all the same.
When you're driving it, it's well worth 20. Yeah, it does go well.
Now, a lot of these went for export, especially the soft tops. A lot of it went for export to America. If you want to bring them back, as I said earlier, you need to buy one from a dry state, something like California, where it's not subject to all the rust and everything else, and then you've got yourself what should be a pretty reliable vehicle. And of course, no computer business with any of this. It's standard. Get the points right, get the timing right, get your plug gaps right, top dead centre, and away she goes.
I've got 3 MGs, 2 older ones, a TD and a YTI. This is the only one that's on the condenser and points. Because it's running so well, I don't want to touch it.
Are the others converted to electronic ignition then? Is that what you did? Yeah, why not? That was an offering, you see, from the 70s.
And I fitted servo brakes on the other 2 older ones, which a lot of people totally didn't like the idea of. But I'll be honest, it stops a bit better. But this one's got a servo as standard anyway.
See, we can cast our minds back to the days like the Lombard Rally, where they actually took part in some of the competitive racing.
Oh, absolutely. Well, this one, I had a MGB before this one, 73, no servo, but I was able to fit one. But this one, 1969, dual line servo, fitted as standard.
I did look at where it was first registered earlier on when I sat in the car, and totally escapes me now. Can you enlighten me?
Yeah, I used to bring agenda, but yeah.
British car from new.
So I was fascinated really about the cars.
Well, if you see me in the box, I've got it on my list, alright, and I'll help you out there. Anyway, back to the family Ford Escort, and just look at this for an offering. And of course, this is the 1300E. Now, not only did Ford's make the Escort, they also
driving,
made
what's that about?
and along all
Marriage,
of their ranges, they always offered an E-version of each
No,
car.
Monmouth
But when
carriage
you look at
driving,
this,
I don't know what
this
that
is
is.
family motoring,
Well, that'll be
and
easy.
so it's a very frugal engine. Families could only afford sometimes the 1100cc, which was the base model. You went up to
Cheap
the
there, look.
3000, you got the 3000 VT, and then after that, if you had a seat pocket, you bought a
Right,
Mexico RS. But what
Well, which way do you want to go? I mean, I don't know if we've done anything around there, to be honest.
This is the 1300 1300 stands for the executive model, meaning all the trim as it's trim, inside with cutting, chrome.
I think no, we haven't done any of the tractors, I don't think.
Very nice indeed. I love the colour. It's colourful. Very nice indeed. And of course, we still use it inside the vehicle, things like door cards.
So, yeah, pretty interesting information there, everybody. I could film the entire tree, but I thought it could get a little bit too much, really, couldn't it, you know? But you can always hear on the tannoy anyway.
1973, Escort's leading in the field there with family motoring. And then we come to the Wolseley, and just look at the front there, look at the back on the front there. If that's right behind you, and look at your mirror, that is back, and of course that is how you know you have a Wolseley or a Wolseley. But if you're very much favourite for their experience, their approach, their vehicle, and what you
Oh, nice picture there, isn't it? Let's see if I'm zoomed out. Can you hold that for a second? Thank you. make sure I'm zoomed out, otherwise if I'm zoomed in it'll make it look a bit fuzzy. It's like riding a fair distance there. I think you can walk around it, can't you?
So there we have the British boat industry at its best being represented here today, along with a few interesting goodies flowing in which are rather different. And you know, we sort of talk about the coach building skills, but within these three vehicles in particular. One of our Series E, which is 1946, if you want to see Agatha Christie film, Joe Hickson, it's actually in there because it's all filmed down in Sidmouth in Devon. And there he is driving along the seaboat with Trophy Hamel. That's my brother. And that was a plaque for Series E. It's in the museum now, into it. Lovely vehicle. But the Austin 10, in its
zoom on the camera, please, Nick. That's the, you know, with your fingers, you know, like pinch the screen. No, wider. No, outwards. And more. Right, more. Right, whoa. Oh, yeah, I'll zoom it back out. Yeah, because I can't do everything, I'm afraid.
You have to put one away.
Right, yeah, we could zoom out again because it's still zoomed in. No, out. There we go.
very good utility vehicle and a very reliable vehicle for the Morris hours there. MG, that's what we're going to say. We're going to take it back in the day, let's go on the black one with a little barrel on the front and a little blue one on top. They were much favoured as a police vehicle. The Ruby Room, we talk about how Ruby Room deal with it, and we don't want to miss the fact that they suddenly have produced this unique radio. Anyway, finally, I don't know why this is a big man on top with a mini car back in 1976 in a colour mini. But of course, it's story ideas and remembering how I had a big one wall and so the next comes with a mini van.
I did halfway, so I'll do these now then, and I'll continue on then.
I've told us this story about a guy who soon spotted my mum and her friend, say she's 14, and he had to W on his hat, and he marched them all back to school. He said, "You can't come to school," he said, "I'll take you back to school." And it was 4 days.
Pardon me. Oh. Small tractor there, isn't it? Tractor, no, steam engine, I mean. There's a small one in that. Well, the military vehicles are by you. If we have a look at them, then we know where we are then. Start for this one by you, I think, viewers. Right.
Nice little on the monkey bike coming behind me, one of those blue one over the other side, and they were always good fun because they were sort of done the 50s version, the 50 version, and the 70 and 90, and it appealed to a lot of people. It really did. Anyway, what have we got here in front of the moat? Either way, very, very nice indeed. BSA people, I think. This, yeah, 1964 model, followed by that monkey bike. Right, have a look at the superb small example there. We've got the BSA behind that one. And then something quite modern looking, but it's not. It's very 1963. Now most people started off with boat bikes at the lower end. They started off with a moped. And you see three very, very good examples just on by us over the area. And of course mopeds were all the rage back in the day. And look at the Doc Milk float, this day from the past. You've got the Doc number plate on the back. And then you imagine that in this day and age going around doing the early morning deliveries with the clanking of bottles. We sort of miss all that, don't we? The electric milk floats we used to have back in the early 1960s into the 70s and 80s. All the bigger the past nowadays. And let's get a chance to have a look at this left in its working clothes because that is very nice indeed. One I never mentioned, HAS, of course, Samson subset number plate on that one. TYC, YC being global.
Yeah, there's motorcycles there, but what should I do? Yeah, I'll do a little bit of that one.
With a little Honda monkey bike here, you used to be able to, in its day, it's a little computer bike, so you're able to actually fold the handlebars down and take them on the train. Wouldn't be allowed nowadays, of course, without the safety and fuels and stuff like that. But yes, you could take them on a train. They were certainly something else, a little computer bike. Yeah, very, very nice indeed. What's the matter, Roger? Are they doing running repair? No? Good man. Well, I'm going to go and talk motorbikes now. Motorbikes. You like motorbikes? Yeah? You like motorbikes? Good man. So do we. Look at this. He's got the bread on there. Beautiful. Like it.
Missed the opportunity there, everybody. As soon as I got the main arena, all the motorcycles finished. That's bound to happen, isn't it, viewers, you know?
And the bikes are still coming in at the moment, so we're in no hurry with the bikes at the moment because we've got quite a bit of time. Do you think that's all the bikes that are coming in now? Yeah, do a couple of circuits, my friend, and you can join the lineup. Of course, Harley Davidson there. When you listen to the tone that is emitted from a motorbike, you can tell instantly a BSA, a Triumph, and most certainly you can tell a Harley Davidson. And when you look at the machines like the Harley, nowadays they're actually built to your specification. You buy the basic, you buy wheels, you buy anything you want to change that Harley into your dream machine. When you think Harley, you think of America, you think of things like House Angels, don't you? Vintage sort of guys having Harleys that date back to the 1940s when they were dispatch riding machines as well.
No, it was really thick fog mist. Yeah. So either that or 12 points aside are really...
No, I'll just... Yeah, but I'll do these vehicles and we can decide what we're in for lunch.
Yeah, we've got to come back my way to get outside.
Okay, we've got London.
We had 1 point aside.
Did the MPs get pulled out into the town last night?
We spoke about Harley when you were driving around, and the fact that the modern Harley now is almost built to order. You choose your wheels,
did the MPs get pulled out for any rioting?
And everything else. And as they mentioned, you can always hear a Harley coming down the road. So what prompted you to buy one?
I'll be there, mate.
Do one bikes when I was young, when I was a bit older, I thought I'd get something a bit slower and so
No sash. Don't do sash.
I thought you had a bit of a...
They are nice, aren't they? They look heavy, but are they heavy? Yeah, so if it toppled over, it's a bit of a struggle with them.
Where were we when he had the session?
That's a lot, isn't it? Yeah, what a lovely looking machine. And of course this one dates from 2005, and Harley Davidson's got its roots right back into World War II because they built dispatch bikes. And we often see them on some of the showgrounds.
See if you can film a bit of the show for me.
But they weren't like this, of course. They were very, very basic, but even so, that great American name. But anyway, how do you get all the parts? There's a good parts network. A couple of the big Harley dealerships closed last year, didn't they?
No, you still get parts easy.
Yeah, we sort of lost a couple up my way. I think we lost the Southampton dealership, and I think the Plymouth one went as well. But anyway, very nice indeed. When we talk of BSA, we look at this machine, the Birmingham Small Arms, and they made some lovely, lovely motorbikes in their day. But this is somewhat different because you see that on the side, and you think motorbike and sidecar. But this is more of a competition machine. But when you see that, you think it's sidecar. Now that prompts me to think about my neighbour back in the 1960s because his wife and the 2 kids had a BSA with a sidecar. And it was the old sidecar, I think the make of it was a Watsonian sidecar in the day. And it was the thing that brought motoring to the masses back then because you couldn't afford an Austin A30 in 1966. They couldn't afford one, I know that. And they went for the next best thing, which was a motorbike and a sidecar. But anyway, that's that out the window. But look at this, a competition machine. This is competition machine. Yeah, very much so. Number 79. So anyway, it's for sale. How much you want for it?
It's
Very close up.
and that's why I like for it.
So what sort of history has it got competition-wise?
It owes me £5.5 grand.
But it's a labour of love, is it, over the vehicle? Labour of love, because you never get...
There's nobody. When they put the rope across, they don't really
anyway, competition-wise,
understand how difficult it is to get a trot.
behind any of the winnings?
I've only ever used it for rallies, steam rallies, to be honest. I've never trialled it. My trialling days are over.
Where I come from, up near Stonehenge, 100 miles from Stonehenge, we are still the home in my village of Avon fairings. You know the plastic screens that go on the front? And they were built when I was a child back in the early 60s, and they're still built there today. And of course that's a big name in the business because the Missional brothers were great friends with the Rickman brothers, Don and Derek, and also Sammy Miller. who's got the big museum down on the Hampshire coast there. Anyway, that's very, very nice. So what's CC? CC.
So we also got another event as well, ability to attend after this live stream, depending on what time we wrap up here. That'll be interesting, won't it?
Because this is what I consider to be the classic British machine. Now, we were very, very famous as the motorcycle industry for putting into the headlamps the switching devices, the amp, the horn, all went in there, the light switches. And we were very famous at that, and we were also famous for putting on the front there. And yours is totally gone nowadays, the old-fashioned way of having the number plate on the front. But of course, in the day, it's the other way. I've got a number plate it out, and I won't put it on it sometimes. Yeah, it's 93 games, and I take it just down the road for 3 more weeks. The starter, going out the grass,
so it's all in the scene with them.
Yeah, so 150cc goes on, starting like the first out was taking the test, and then straight back. That's probably where you see. Now, of course, the James boat
Don't say that.
the James, things like the Cadet was a good maker there. It's also no longer here. And of course, that is so sad with so much what motorcycle industry is disappearing nowadays. Some chunks went to India, they built machines out in India. But anyway, that's lovely. I have to say, you've got to leave it in its working clothes. It is completely unmolested. And when you look at it, it's hardly got any accessible nuts and bolts that are distinguishable as a nut bolt. So I would leave that as it is. It didn't take much to get it going.
No, really. When I first got it, the man going was just totally on me away. So,
This is everybody, 1954. Sees one Land Rover. I think it's on that one. Yeah.
So yeah, and take the car around, watch the cat, so once I tell you what it's unreal. They don't have the winter, I take another man going on, and they make it chisels, they're still on, totally on back.
That's amazing. What's the lovely stories? Now, another make of machine that is no longer with us is the aerial motorcycle company. They're responsible for the aerial leader, they're responsible for this one, the aerial arrow. Now, when you stand back and look at this, I know this is on a speed race, which is 1965. When you stand back and look at it, it looks incredibly cool. So, I think they were a bit ahead of their time today, which is probably what unfortunately finished with, but they appeal to the big sports. One of them chain bridge, and the guitar definitely is that. Nick Rowan and Mark Lee. But it was a lovely machine all the same. Anyway, how long are you over?
I say lots of vehicles here, buddy. Lots and lots of vehicles. Well, next going to do a recording for the motorcycle show, everybody, but we've already missed the main part of it all.
Carry on.
More or less in that, but it's black and yellow. So I'll strip them over first and strip the bare seams at the bottom, but that's all that's great. And then expose it to your section of there, it's over the front of the black and silver. Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, it's great.
When you look at our industry, look what we got with James, AJS. Oh, we got some more. Anyway, in 1966, the reason our motorcycle industry went backwards is because of Japanese They came in with some lovely, stylish little machines. They came in with machines that are very conveniently priced. They appealed to the young man to actually go and buy a new Honda, a new Yamaha, or Suzuki. And that is what happened in the 1960s for our motorcycle industry. We were sort of losing it a little bit then with style. We were still using our daily things. But a lot of us is thinking sort of lure of the Japanese side. This one, by the way, came in 1975. And there's nothing else in one close.
Have we done that one? Another video, sorry. Have we done that one already? Doesn't look like I have, do I?
You can see the appeal, can't you? And I've been 17 wanted something different to the energy quickly, but I started off with the 1950s. You're young and you can remember it, can't you? And my reserve and I were at pedal everywhere. But at the same time as those are still being driven on the high street, along comes the Japanese stuff in 1966. Big guns, they've got themselves an interesting marketplace. But along with the Japanese came the Kawasaki. And just look at this, 750cc on the dirt car.
Yeah, 750, yeah. 1974, so I was over there to drag strips, so that's just about one.
Now, if I went right, when you shot right early on, you got TTC in the number plate. TC was allocated to back with Bristol. Was that where it was originally registered when it came back to the States? Very solid machine, very much able to keep up with everything on the road all the day. And I think my brother had the Suzuki GT 250, and that was my favourite ride of all time, it was. 250 GT inside. Suzuki end of 1972. That's what a lovely machine. But anyway, that's very nice. You can see the lure of the Japanese there, rather than come and buy one. But look at this, Japanese take 1969 Honda Lancashire number plate, got CK in it, Lancashire. Did you know that? Yeah, very nice indeed. And of course, this is the starting point for reruns and then once you have and what games you look at, once you find, then you take the bigger test again after that road you can have any size machine you want. But these were popular with people like housewives out there, they job in the next village, in the village shop, the housewife worked in the local school, goes to a lady, because I know my mother one. And she had a big rally rose around, it was whole people.
I was going to change the camera a second, did he?
Really interesting. So what we did do was leave it all on the this one has
Who's that, Billy Powell? Yeah, I haven't
so you roll in this one
to when he was working.
What's your make of it? Gives you good insight in the mic, does it? So you get one per mic ownership in the future. Do that. And that is where all starts to feel like feel. Whether it's a motorbike or tractor, you start them young, like this youngster is, get them involved and get them into bike ownership, get them in car ownership.
Let's get a good picture out of everybody, or trying to. I think I'll go a bit closer to the vehicles up here.
Two examples of the same machine, pretty similar. Like I say, you've done some restoration there. But what can you tell me about that one? Any difference?
Yeah, the original ones were overhead now, and they were back overhead now. I'm not sure it's they figured it was all my difference is headlights, it's the high
I should get zoomed in, I could be all zoomed out.
Quite a few differences.
But this is not only just about motorbikes, it's also about bicycles, and you bought us something very different here, a little commuter bike. Obviously for the fitness it's got on there, it folds totally flat.
Yeah, apparently the guy who designed lost his license for drink driving, and he was after a little commuter bike, sitting back where we were. Everything was too heavy, too big, so he designed this himself. And decided to throw it back on Mini, Mini. Just more like everything else on the market.
Very, very interesting, isn't it? The concept. And there were quite a few of them that popped out the woodwork at the time, the little commuter bikes. Try it.
Try and pop back in there. Change the camera.
How I got it was where I worked on motorbike. Yeah, I wanted it was a box of beats, completely box of beats. So my advice is never buy a box of beats twice. It's a load of worry, load of hassle. But at the end of it, this is a 500 speed twin, but it's not what it should be looking like. The front's different, it's got smaller wheels, because my daughter got small legs, and she rides it as well. It's got smaller legs on it, wheels on it. And this is the end result of a box of beats.
And of course that is where some of these exhibits very much start from a box of bits, don't they? And then it's down to the skills of these guys and the love and interest that they put into a bike ownership to actually turn it into this. Thank you very much, my friend, I love it. Now, what we've got here, we've got another of the BSA crew with small arms, FE on the number plate, which is Bristol Bath area again. What do you know about it?
Well, it's not my bike. It belongs to an old man who's sitting over there who has difficulty starting it, so I've brought it for today. Poor old bugger.
Give us a wave, the bike owner, where are you? Give us a wave. There he is. Good man. Nice to see you on the rally field. So was my connection with Bath and Bristol spot on? Okay, well done, thank you. Yeah, so you're obviously very privileged to ride it. So, nice machine.
Super. It's quite bulky for a 250. Came out in 57. First unit construction, BSA. That's the gearbox engine in one. And we had the Lunar Law come in then. Previously you could ride any bike, but the Lunar Law 250 restriction. So BSA jumped on it and produced this. It's a lovely little bike. It starts very well. And nice bike, shame about the owner.
But nice and stylish, wasn't it, in its day? But you can see how the bike industry actually lost control. And in come the Japanese with the style, the colours, the price, and the enthusiasm. But of course, you know, these things happen. We should have moved with the times. We did a bit later on, because some of the Triumphs and that actually tried to style themselves on the Suzukis and the Yamaha by putting their dials and that up on the handlebars, and they started to sort of retrace a little bit of the ground there, but it was too late. Honda, the monkey bike.
Yeah, all that camera next time you can
50cc, 70, 90, what's this one?
This one's a special, so it's a 125. So it was built by my father-in-law, to my left here, over the lockdown. Couldn't get an original engine for it. So bought online a Chinese Lifan 125 engine, fits straight in the frame.
Go by the
Lovely
side, I get that
door
man in there, the back.
Absolutely beautiful.
Unbelievable, isn't it? And it conked out on you. But anyway, you can fold these down. They were meant to be a commuter bike to take on things like the trains, etc. It would be frowned on if you took a motorbike on a train.
No, really, I'll call it quits, yeah. I've got 9% battery left
when you look at
on the Pocket 4.
That's a U, isn't it?
Well, I was looking down there rather than looking up.
West Yorkshire, Bradford, Leeds area, alright? UB on your number plate.
Well, you can't say I use it,
I love
so.
number plates, son. It's crazy, isn't it? I did this as a child. I was a 1950s baby. When you grew up with Austin 30s in 1959, by the time I got to being 6-year-old in 1965, you know, I was, you know, a number plate guy. So I could tell where the number plates all come from. Funny, isn't it? Strange things you learn.
Let's go off the track.
Anyway, our British bike again, HAS, sadly no longer with us. And you've got a Somerset number plate there, the oval area.
Yeah, very, very nice.
So everybody, I have filmed on the Pocket 4. You know, trying it out in real time. See how I like it, how I go on with it. So when I review the footage later on, I'll see how good it is, you know. I will release the footage anyway. We got to practice, only viewers, you know. And apologies as well for the live stream not being as it should be, if quality was affected. When you've got two cameras, it can be quite difficult and challenging, but we try our best as we always do. Yeah, I did well though, I think I got a good 2 hours out of that, I think. A good 2 hours and a bit. Yeah.
Very, very nice indeed. I would suggest.
So you're gonna have some food, everybody. I'll keep the stream going as I do, and then we'll finalise what we're doing because there's still a lot to cover here yet. So I haven't really covered it a lot. But that's what our ambitions are, you know, to cover everything on the site.
And they turned out some lovely little bikes. This one dates from 1964. If you want to know where RE is in the number plate system, I'd have to consult my list because that's lost on it at the moment. That's what I don't know.
We don't know what we're going for food yet, though. Whatever we fancies. Oh, they're cute.
I've got to ask you, part-wise, can you get in the old bikes now?
So, I'm not sure you can see that video, but it says here, sweets £1.80 per gram. And also everybody, I just want to say, apologies for the tractor show as well. I had two cameras at the time as well to record, so one should be better than the other. So as I was saying, apologies for the tractor show. Oh, let's look at this.
Hi.
Let's see what's on your soles.
Yeah.
That's a gin, isn't it? Alcohol related.
Yeah, no, there's non-alcoholic as well.
Oh, is it? Oh, I see now, yeah.
Non-alcoholic rum there.
Not bad price, are they? Quick, reasonable. Lovely. Hope we get good sales. Say where was I? Yeah, because I was holding two cameras and I was a bit too far away, so in the end I had to move. So that's why this camera was a bit shaky. But there's no other way around it, unfortunately. But you know, the camera did get better though.
You can imagine this, can't you? At 5 o'clock
it's just you've got to decide which camera to focus on in new videos, and I was trying to do two. So
and you know, it was just
there's practice and there's skills. Skills whether I can do it or not.
They look like sunburns. They're absolutely stunning.
But they used to collect money in. And you know, that would have predated possibly the electric railroads.
And these actually
60s and 70s, so you know,
they sound
Roger, you want to talk to me? Right.
They sound
Right.
so
I think you want to know what our
like
range
GMs.
Sorry. Yeah, there's number plates for our range
as well.
Staffordshire. Yeah. Staffordshire. There we go. I know you see, even if you don't. That's because you're looking at my list in the commentary box, aren't you? I got cheat somehow, haven't I? But yeah, that one eluded me. It really did. I just couldn't think on that one. But yes,
Staffordshire. And when you think of Staffordshire, you think of the home of JCB, don't you? It's Staffordshire again, one of our British big names.
22 Adam, call it 20 quid per bit of distance.
Anyway, there's your motorbike section for the day, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed some of the stories that these guys come out with, because they've all got stories to tell. And we'd love to have them with you all day, where we listen to this and listen. But not all of them.
We're in charge of the camping things.
Oh, tonight? What happens? Because we've been told we can leave everything here. You can't, like, nobody can just walk in the house. Fab. Lovely. You've got a couple of carry bags.
And I say, hope you enjoyed that, everyone. There's nice machines there, aren't there? Really are. Roger, did you find the first one?
Oh, we looked at them. Medical Limited.
Was a NSU quickly, which was moped. Yeah. I mean, everybody has their own passion. I mean, 269 about, which I must admit. Yeah. But I mean, they don't really rock my phone and stuff, you know. Definitely Land Rover. They're heavy conversions.
Any bargains?
Real big ones, I got enough big ones.
Could you unscrew that?
I go over to that,
No worries, the microphone's back on now, mate.
I know, I'm just going to carry it over. Took the weight off my back anyway.
I got a staff area there. Raffle prizes. Stuff there, no? These are clays. Next, I thought you were looking for a food vendor, because all this distractions. So when we do consume our lunch, we all know where we've been. That's not the queue.
That is the queue. You talk about what you want anyway.
No, that's not the queue. I'm pressed, so I get half in the queue.
Oh.
I'm pressed. I am the cameraman.
What are you having anyway?
Oh, I haven't seen the menu yet, have I? Is that the only food courts there, then?
Yes, there's no road the other end. Jack a potato or burger?
Burgers. Burgers. Lovely. Oh, there'll be a lot more food courts than this, then.
No.
I always
that pint.
Very busy time for lunch.
So you can find a table on our side, we can.
Hold on, there's a menu there I'll make a look at. What's this here? Ah, 4 pints for 20 pence. Are you allowed to eat stuff here? Yeah, I'll have a burger and chips.
Cheeseburger?
Yes, please.
Cold Coke.
Yes, if they have it.
Right, what's that then?
Is that sturdy?
Yeah, nice that then. Go on, I'm alright.
Ooh, I was going to fall off this then. Ooh, ooh.
What's that then, right?
Yes, it will, yeah.
I got queue up now in a queue.
We're here to put the camera on the front camera because everyone's having their lunch and stuff here, so I don't really want to film them as such. But we're waiting for lunch now, so it's 1:10 in the afternoon, so it's quite well. The morning has been very, very quick. So see how much it is when they come back. These are on a bit of a decent time though, and like Sunday, but we had something to eat about 2:45, and that was quite late in the day.
This is the call for the Steve, you are due in the arena.
Drop it there, buddy, but my main phone is over heating, I don't know. Why is that off?
Oh, shut up, will you?
So I think Nick's about 8 from the queue every, so it shouldn't be too long.
Not very. Don't touch the shit, but
That's mine. I think
I don't want to stare anybody else out.
I know, good. Again, yours now, I can carry it.
So everybody, lunch is served. I've angled the camera a little bit down. Let's see if that's got a good aim.
I can't carry it all.
Any sauces over there?
Pardon?
Is there any sauces or?
I'll take it down there and I can't do it.
I'll just get a bottle of sauce, but can you just do that or not? Unless you got to do it there, do you?
Yeah, you've got to do what's going on?
Have you got like the garlic meal or?
I won't have that, it's red or brown.
I'll have red.
Red? Yeah. Give me those chips, I can put salt on them. My arm for a fork.
Would it help you or?
No, I wish we lose our seat. What's that bag?
Right, yeah, I will, yeah. Sorry everybody there, I just wanted to feed the food there. I know it's a little bit, the angle wasn't a little bit good. So we're just going to get some sauce now, so should be a second. Well, I got some sauce.
I know, but I couldn't
That's
carry
bad.
it all. What? What's that? Charming.
So that's the nice burgers.
They look decent, actually.
So how much was it then?
What are the drinks? 20 star one.
£20. Crikey.
Oh my God, you know, I'm starving.
Is the burgers made of gold? Is there more food courts inside there, John?
No, I've been on there the other end, it's not there. They always have a line for food courts, don't they?
£4 for £20, I reckon.
£5
That's quite dear, really.
And it's plastic glasses, mine.
And cups.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Public safety, you know. Yeah, I know. No, sometimes we hybrid, so there won't be any live coverage for about 10 minutes. Really busy, though.
In this part,
some tables are free, we go there.
That's a part of life, isn't it? If we go a chair and table, some places we go sit down or
Yeah, but it's not my fault.
For the day.
Alright, they're going to be raking it in today, don't they?
That's how they make their money with these, though, don't they? Can't do anything with them.
£27. That could be like £8 a burger.
And £5 for chips. £3.50 for my coffee, £2.50 for your my coffee's the same price and it was out chips still though.
So £2.50 for the drink?
£3.50, £2.50.
Crikey.
Well, it's $20 for food, don't it?
And I said it, but like, that wouldn't work. No, it wants to work. And then
Best thing is though, the Laundry, these are thicker burgers. The other ones are thin ones like your dad one.
Oh,
These ones are thicker.
but I can still baby Guinness. She ruined one of you. I think you could actually turn it on.
You just stay dry for it, because it's rain now and again, but it's dry.
Colour's ridiculous.
Eat some chips, they're nice enough.
I'm eating.
I read an email about my camera.
Have a crack. I'm so light over it.
Oh.
I'm so light to it.
Yeah, about my camera. I forget sometimes. These are like skin-on ones, these are. You look at them. Skin-on chips.
Not bad, eh?
No.
Where's that come from?
I know Christian Garrett's called.
Oh.
The bloke standing up and the other sitting down. He's the conductor.
What bad is it? Well, we'll get moving out of sight, I believe. About a minute or two. And I'll be coming back on to me.
was, no that.
Yeah, you get a bottle of wine also.
I bet the wine's for you, know. You need that. I should have to wait on the way out. I did enjoy that. It was spicy, but it was nice one. Not like the weekend.
£4 for 20. I reckon they make you more busy. What bit about that?
I know it's but then I found a price.
No, what I was going to say is, if you have 8 pints, that's £40. If you have like, well, I don't know, say 10 pints, it's 50.
If you call him back, it's got anything very much. We out with £5
I wouldn't say it's reasonable in that sense. But if you want alcohol, it's really safe to get some.
And they got drinking in this cold feel.
We were just going, will they actually be at Bounty Castle?
So everybody, we are going to make a move in a minute. I'll tell you what's inside the bar though, give you an idea what the prices are. It does says £4 for £20.
Yeah,
but have a look, see what else he's telling there. Huh. So thank you all for joining in.
You okay?
We just had our lunch, so that's why we've been a static imagery.
You had one of this?
I mean, lunch is paramount, everybody, you know. Can't survive on nothing. Can't survive on no food or cold drinks. Well, if you just joined, everybody, it was £27 for the meal. So, 2 cheeseburgers, a plate of chips, a can of Coke, and a coffee. So, whether you think that's good value or not, I'll leave that for you to decide.
You're going to have a couple of them.
But I've got to say though, the chairs ain't so bad. That's what I can now, isn't it?
I sit in by you, I'll wait for you to come back.
Oh, right, well, I'm only going to be like seconds. Let's see if there's a menu. So that's the menu there that you'd be paying if you want to drink yourself. So Coca-Cola they do, £2.50. Snacks they do, crisps, Walkers. McCoy's, peanuts, chocolates. I gotta say though, Stowford Press here on tap is £3.50. So I don't know. Let me just see if I can. They have got like one of them, you know, beer barrels. You know, that's cool.
That's a bit of
See, look, there's a hired bar there. Look, and that's inside there. I won't go in there though. I'll have a quick look. That's where you order there, look. That'll be. And they have got an orchestra playing inside there as well, everybody, but I'm not sure how close I can get to it really. I'll go this way and down. Give you a visual treat. Yeah, the orchestra. Pretty cool, isn't it? Fabi. Well, ready if you are. So yeah, we had the Steam and Border County show, everybody, for anyone that's just joined. We're still here, we're still streaming on location. Well, that's where we got lunch from there. Wasn't too bad though, I'll give it like an overall 8 out of 10, but for general value, yeah, very, very pricey. Oh, I've got the black potatoes there. Let's see the price of this. It's quite busy for the rides in front, everybody there. I'll just follow around here. Somebody next using the facilities at the moment, so I'll just have a wander around. I won't zoom in too much, everybody, but give an idea of what's in front of me, you know. There's like one of them camper vans, you know. I think I'll wander around the side, I think. Be a bit weird lurking around here, wouldn't it? Well, that side of it anyway. Yeah, I mean, look inside there though, I mean, there's a bit more of an ensuite, isn't it? Well, the cupboard inside there looks like, doesn't it? Happy. Yeah, I reckon there must be a premium service station there. Just by the outside, it looks very well kept. There we go, a shotgun there. I'm sure that was.
Okay, what have we got next?
Oh, yeah. Oh, let's place there.
Now then, see, everybody looks at these smaller engines and thinks, well, that's a bit small. But let me tell you, the power in these small engines is phenomenal. This would pull a car easy. The power of steam, it really is amazing. Well, and you probably pull me as well. Okay, would you like to hop on? ride on these, please have a look at the motion, how it works, and obviously you've got the steam.
Shooting something in the air, not sure what it was.
Got proper pressure in there, and obviously the smoke and the vapor coming out of the chimney. Okay, got me on Colin on the open steam lorry. I love it. This lorry is beautiful. Colin looks after this, and as you can see, it's like an articulated lorry. It's not a thick wheel under that. Okay, boys and girls.
I think it's come from that little stall there. Wood Direct Laser Days. Top 5 scores in shoot final 530 for medals. So that's got to do with this one. I don't really get it though, to be honest. Wood Direct Lasers. Do you get that? On there. Because I was wondering where the shotgun come from. Not like I knew it was real or anything. But it says here, top 5 scores in shoot final. I don't really get what you have to do.
Circle things, we've got to shoot them down.
Alright.
Not as easy as it looks.
Well, I mean, I don't really see how much it is either. Well, a bit of fun anyway, isn't it? Bit of history there, the Border Club. We'll try to look up here, haven't we? Nick, I'll hold up here. Good look at these tools, haven't we, viewers? See what's here, isn't it? They're all fuel canisters, are they? Looks like it, doesn't it? What are you doing? Not bad. I looked to what's didn't know if there's any way then.
engine. When he said,
Just trying to get your attention. I was focused on these souls right here. I think there was old fuel canisters there, isn't they? Yeah. Oh.
just that one.
Feel like summer sports here, look. I like them though. Little statues there on the floor. So that's the way in essentially. So we're now gonna work our way downwards. So we didn't cover that little stall in full on the way in. We have done now. So.
I'm multitasking, I'm going up the right. Over here.
You in?
Okay, Daniel's come back round. Would you like to have a ride? If you want to follow me? We're getting through. Please, you want to pop these ladies and young guys?
Oh, moving. Wasn't they?
Okay, we got one, maybe two people want to have a ride. Yeah? Okay. You want to follow me? We'll pop you on this one.
Bamboos.
You want to pop on that one? Okay, not literally on the back.
There's a nice statue there, look.
Yeah.
Don't get me in the photo, you'll break the phone.
Huh?
I said, don't get me in the photo, you'll break the phone.
Oh, I won't.
Obviously, while all the steam engines
Nah, I don't know, you thought it don't break so easy.
so we've got to make sure that the engines have water. If they run out of water, you're building up a big amount of gas in the boiler.
Everything is frost-proof as well.
Systems in these engines, fusible plugs and safety valves. They are governed to very high standards. But we just got to make sure due care and attention that all the engine drivers have plenty of water.
Hold on. Ocean, eh? £125 for the set. Good design on it, eh?
Very picky, aren't we? You've never been on the back of Colin? Oh, yeah. Colin, you
got a special visitor? No? No? Is that why you've never been on the back of there? He never says no to a lady. Right, we have done for rides, steam engine rides. Anybody waiting? You are, you, yeah. Come on then. I think we can get you on to Matt's.
Why put there for locks?
Huh?
Why put there for the locks?
Oh, I'm only used to be. Yeah.
It's alright, don't worry, I'm used to looking after it.
There's a screwdrivers here, anything like that, isn't there? And paintbrushes. Brake cables. Eva foam.
Three, maybe more. Yeah. Is that me on there? What's got lollies? Sweet. Okay, who else has got that?
And then we went back there.
Is that the young lady here? Yeah.
£3 here for all them balls.
Okay, we've got the rings on. Pop it along. Do you want to turn that up? Yeah, just pop on there.
Look on this one.
Must have looked on this one, haven't
Anybody else?
we?
Yeah, just want to get you three on there as well. And you young man, if you want to go on the back of there. Okay, is there anybody else before I... Young lady there, she'll have to be supervised, you know that. Yeah? You're going to show your tattoos off, well done. Come on then. Wish I had a body like that. I bet Karen does as well. You're going to come and have a little ride, young lady? Oh dear. Not coming now. No, down.
All the camping chairs here, look.
Can you just make way? Just obviously maybe water or something like that.
I think we're going to have to leave them.
Thank you very much.
And I would like to sort of give them a really good opening couple of years. I don't know if we need to recondition them.
Right, have we got any more riders? Any more for a ride? Come on out. Yeah, go on, that'd be great. Okay, just mind some of the engines popping out there, obviously need water. Or they're bored of me talking. It's one or the other. Okay. It certainly is, yeah. Okay, Dan, thank you very much. Okay, I think that's everybody, I think. I'd just like to say thank you to all the steam managers, steam owners and engine drivers. Thank you for everything that you've done in the ring today.
Normally we would have people there, but the vehicle that we were going to use is experiencing trouble.
So, yeah, a solar cells pretty much anything really, viewers.
Hope you've all enjoyed your ride.
You know, it spans all the way in there,
And your
look.
sweets, obviously, that get handed out. Have you had a sweet? No, I'm not a sweet person, trust me. Right. Well, 2 more.
Let's see what the prices. Pricey.
Can we borrow you? We got 2 strappers. Come on then. Okay, come on, I'll hop on there, chill man, and take you around. Okay, thank you very much. I'll hand you back over to the commentators as we probably go on schedule now.
See if you've got a price list.
Right.
Oh, that's that price
very much for all you've done.
Wasn't on there.
Interested as usual.
Yeah, that's it. You can't really see a price.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the insight into the world of steam. It is an absolutely fascinating one. And like I say, it goes right away back there to 1860s. And yeah, there's steam. What I can remember is that steam engines ran a competition in the early 1900s with station engines, which were also on display over the back end here by the river. And it's the station engines that made use of that right wheel and the ability to be able to use torque, spinning machines on the flywheel and also generators. So they ran in competition really, but the steam engine won the day and it was far more adaptable. So thank you very much to my fellow commentators for what you've done today. Really good. Thanks to the editor.
Quite impressive, that was.
He started pushing to do all these ones, and he was doing all this, doing all this, and I thought, in a minute, he started.
Coming up in 15 minutes, in the main room will be a display of carriage driving. And if you want to see that before, that's really interesting. That's coming up in a
Those little cups at the far end there.
Those ones at the very top are actually for dogs and cats and co. So they are tiny. There's some tiny collars, And the harnesses as well actually fit cats.
£4 each on the parcels. And where you go in them? Huh.
I might just do that. I'll put the big one in the little one. Yeah. We'll cut it in half, you least. I got a knife, we'll cut it in half. You got a knife? I'll have a... As long as you pay for it first. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. We had to buy a plug earlier to get a thing without foods. Yeah. Shame that he's keeping on. They'll get kicked out. They're moving. The ones what are paid and keep they're going to the shop next door.
So,
this gate finishes end of Christmas. So what they're going to put in there then? Nothing. That's finished. Everybody's got to be in there. I don't know. We've all had letters then. We've got to go. He's just adorable.
Yeah, we've seen him.
Yeah.
Yes, on Friday. Reggie boy. Daddy boy.
Look what harm I could do there. Look. Not even say well. I say, look what the harms I could be.
Oh, very good. 15
Yeah, actually not too bad. How are you?
Not too bad, mate.
Nice to see you again. Who are you, Bab?
Berwick this year?
Yeah.
You done it?
Yeah, I'm going, yeah.
Some people, yeah.
Not related to Kevin.
Yeah, that's my granddad.
Oh, right. I know your granddad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know we had no matter still about that.
Yeah. So yeah, Dad's got a place in Abergavenny. Bought it more to sort of develop the farm.
Yeah.
And then he's trying to figure out what to do with it. Then.
When he's Ripland County,
Yeah.
On top of it.
So my mum farms up there as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Right.
Bill Wallace.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're my grandparents.
All right.
Yeah. So I still live at Croydon up that way. With my dad and help her out, and then the vineyard sort of on the side then. Yeah. Organized. Oh yeah.
Just have a look around. Thank you. So you got more facilities there, look everybody, if you need it. Look around the motorcycles, I think everybody, the bicycles. That's three around the bikes, everything. Kevin Parton, it is in Monmouth, it is. Do apologise when you've just seen your text. You know, your chat message. That's one way of getting around the barrier. Here we go. So these are all the bikes here, look. Let's see what this label says, shall we? In 1939. That's a small one, maybe, isn't it? Fancy riding that. A small one, that is.
The next arena event is the carriage driving, and we've got Robbie in the arena for the Monmouth carriage driving. You're going to take over, explain all about it. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, children. Lovely to meet you all. You'll have noticed we put up a few little obstacles around the arena today, and I've commandeered a few of the local children. And firstly is what's your name? Elijah. And how old are you, Elijah? 9. So Elijah isn't a carriage driver, but we've commandeered him to have a little go here today in the ring. Now the pony that's going around at the moment is Teddy. He's a 7-year-old miniature gypsy cob. We bred him and we trained him down in Asia at where I coach. So I'm a British carriage driving coach, and that is a sport that a lot of you will have been familiar with seeing Prince Philip doing. It isn't an Olympic sport.
sport under the Federation of Equestrian Sport. So, Nancy, who's driving Teddy at the moment, is one of our newcomers to driving. She has been with us for 2 years. She started to compete and doing quite well. And she's just going to demonstrate some of the skills that are involved in the sport of carriage driving. You'll notice that she has got a quite big long whip.
So look on the bikes, everybody. So well, go from here. Well, I believe, yeah, I believe I went where I was about doing. If I do it for you, and I won't hit anything over. Because I don't want to be the first everybody to knock all them bikes, because I'll be embarrassed. As you can see, they're very close to the front.
So, what we're going to do initially is we're going to teach Elijah what the job of a back stepper is. So, in the sport of carriage driving, it involves your pony, your carriage driver, but the third and very important member of the team is Elijah's job today, and he's going to be our back stepper. And the back stepper, as we go around those sharp turns, which we're
That's a Honda there, buddy. That one there, that's what someone said.
the back stepper's job is to keep the back wheels on the ground.
A Honda 1969
You
is.
will get a centrifugal force which can tip your carriage over when you're doing this full speed. But today, we're just going to teach Elijah the basics here in front of you and give him the idea of what the job involves and give him the experience of going around the course. So, Elijah.
So to get all the motorcycles on, everybody, like, you know, like a three in one image, you know. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't want to do it though. As I do it from these three here.
When Nancy's going right, you're going to lean this way. And when she's going
Sorry.
left, you're going to lean that way. So if she's going this way, you're going to lean this way. And put all your weight this side, but always hold on with two hands. Okay? So, to start off with, Nancy's just going to walk the pony around. You're going to open your feet wide to shoulder width and just keep those knees so that they'll be bendy. Can you bend your knees? No, bend your knees like you're going to kneel down. Bend, bend, bend. Now bend right. And now bend left. Perfect. So, Nancy, if you would like to, in a minute, pick up the speed. Now, when Nancy stops and tells you, because communication is a really, really important aspect of this team. So when Nancy stops and tells you, you've got to stay holding on with one hand, whilst you pick up the beanbags with the other hand to throw them in the red bucket over in the corner there. Can you see the red bucket? Yeah. Okay.
So that's all the bicycles there. Lots of them really, lots of them.
But you've got to keep.
Just trying to show you as much as I can now, because I know my power. Oh, actually no, I got another power pack with me actually. So if I drain the first one, I've got another one actually. So could be longer than 5 hours, everybody, you never know.
Should we go give it a try?
So I'll just show you around here, I think.
Don't let go. We don't want you falling off the back. Okay, go on.
Getting you a bag now. Some little bags. Alright, honey, thank you so much.
Yeah, all done.
And likewise, if you hold the phone too close to there, if thinks this phone's paying for it.
Skylar, I think we missed this one.
Out. Victoria was doing the payments.
Yeah, because we gave it to me.
Craft, the craft hall, shall we? We'll look in the craft hall and this time out here and let's have a look.
Alright, thank you. Bye-bye now. We can't get another one.
Only if you're replacing.
Is it one in, one out?
One in, one out. He's like a horse race.
I just think you're a small thin one.
Sorry.
That's us.
Sorry. I make you know it. Cheers. Thank you. Fucking nail there.
It was worth a try, she said. A worth a sniff for the leg and she was out of beer.
I like Welsh stuff there, look.
You can carry it for now.
Okay, bye.
There's a QR code there. That's helpful.
John would love these, wouldn't he? Goes away.
That's fine, I've got a wristband for you, it's fine. I'll be with you in 5, okay?
That's on the side. Awesome stuff. Nicely. I think. I'll look down here. Ah, border counties there, look. Some of the displays there, look, over the years. Really cool, let's see all this. YouTube or whatever, you'll find it. It sounds like a car journey. Yeah, okay. There you go. Sorry.
And that one we do twice a year in Cheltenham. And that, again, that's on the train and the bus route. There you go. That's our October show. Yeah. And that was in Ross on White. But don't take any notice of the cost because I think they've changed the cost on it. I went to them to send me some new cost.
So free promotion, everybody. So that's it now in the air, I think. I do like though, I like all this exhibits here, look, they look really nice. I think they'll come out the way I come, I think. I'll just pop it up here. Oh, it's quite busy though. Yeah, parked in there. Ah, I'm not saying that. I probably went down there actually. Did. Oh, I know where am I? Right, I think we can look at the store. Well, not in depth obviously, but we'll just parry it around. So that's all they do there, look.
Designs around the side as well, and then it opens up like that inside.
Oh, nice little box there. Well, there's a bit of everything in there really, like coasters, you know, your traditional stuff. Let's see if they got a website too. Oh, if I put them on there, it might make it a bit easier if you scan there. Oh, look. They phoned me, did you? Okay. I went in there, it's packed in there.
cute.
Yeah.
I said to Liam, we need to know where that model sign is and have a
We've got time to do the next one, now, will we? Oh. Wonderfully Welsh.
Yeah, it's in front of your car. No, it's in behind it. It's on the floor.
Lots of trams here. So yeah, you have got a lot of stores here. What's this beer? RC Truckers. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Ah, it's okay, don't worry.
Back tomorrow?
Oh, I ain't, no, I'm only here today.
Oh, is it? You got a channel, have you?
Yeah, it's on YouTube, live streaming now. Should be on there. Oh, a bit of a fake menu there, look, tea, burger wrap, chicken wrap, burgers, hot dogs. Oh, only food and sauces. That's quick one, I'm going to take a photograph and like that now.
They've got to have a drivers meeting on a morning and go over the do's and don'ts of what not to do. So what to do. And say, this is a hobby. People aren't interested in this either. Don't crash into other people. You do, go and tell them. Well, you know, conspiracy coaches.
Well, excuse the camera, everybody, for a second.
Well, the 1 year I've done it, they had a track loading.
It'll be better now, everybody. It's going to take a photograph of this, I believe. This is.
Tibbetts yard, yeah.
Well then, if we are ready, we're just going to continue going down. Yeah, I mean, no worry about, you know, not being clean at all, everybody. It doesn't matter to me. You know, if you want it to be presentable, you got to, you know, you're going to expect visitors, aren't you? If that was a problem. Tonka and train.
Like at the back end, fucking slid away. I got head put at the floor, I saw a scar on my eye. Knocked myself clean out, broke my elbow, fucking.
I only charge £5 a photo.
Huh? Ah, it's free. I can see it. I won't be disappointed with the quality. Well done, yeah. I've got to do the cars as well, so. Can't really see the note there, look. Can't really see that. Pretty cool there, information. Yeah, but you would have the bill, you would have a bill that to be paid. Yes. It's done a lot of work under 1,000 miles now. Yeah. Yes. Right. Oh. What's that? Singing out? Singing out all those? Was
It's still on you. Right,
anything up there, mister? Well, lost over there potentially.
That's Kent, I don't believe you.
Ah, well, we don't want to violate YouTube terms, do we? But I'll show you if they restrict the video. They'll let me restrict it. Yeah, a lot of guns there, huh? A lot more of them. They must be very powerful. So I think then, I showed you the tractors, didn't I, earlier on, didn't I, viewers? So we're not going to go around and doing that again, because that would be me losing my mind. And I don't do that deliberately. But we've got to come this way anyway. But I won't do an in-depth view of these because I've done them earlier on. So, if you don't want to see that, everybody, rewind the live stream to see the tractors.
Answer the sheets again. What's on there?
But I'll just give you like a little quick little walkthrough of them as I'm here, just in case. But it won't be an in detail one. Sorry, buddy, my cough has returned.
So Robin's just going to take off the one set of reins. What did you think of your carriage driving experience? So we gave Robin Calamity Jane. She's a great Western horse. Right, in the olden days, you probably don't know. Right, Helen. Would you do it again? Yeah. I really glad you enjoyed. It is really cool to do, isn't it? Thank you very, very much for helping us. Okay, still lovely, basically. Okay, so I think we'll organise the arrange for a moment. So I think you'd like to pop on out the arena now. Thank you so much for your help, and I'm really glad that you enjoyed your very short experience today. I always like tool roads and carry driving spaghetti roads because they are very, very hard. So we're just going to adjust them. So Robin is going to do a little spin around at high speed.
Cool, isn't it?
He's going to go very, very fast. Sensibly fast, that sounds really good. With Teddy just showing you how to do it.
When I'm sitting and knitting or doing this,
I got them. I got Robin to do and I haven't done it.
I like spaghetti rings. Yeah, because I'm disabled. You know, like a lot of us are.
Right, our reins are untangled now. Our spaghetti is
Don't need much of a rebate.
pasta bolognese is yet to come.
Don't need much of a rebate. So, my ignorance is about half an inch.
Bababoo, Robin, bababoo! Okay, so Teddy is very clever, so with the children on the back, he knows that he goes slow and he goes careful. He's a clever boy, he now knows the sort of goes, he's on the road. So he's very smart, he knows the children are there to go slow and he goes fast. He has to actually make a little bit more effort. Teddy's instinct is actually to go as slow as possible most of the time.
This is his heart-shaped.
He likes to conserve his energy for eating.
Oh, it's the thing that makes the whole...
No, the wood is already heart-shaped. So it's trying not to turn it, trying to keep that shape in it, which will see when it stops.
That's why it weaves through those lines. So I think they're going to be getting down through the coats now. Watch you don't knock any balls off, Robin. Big end of there. Well done. Well done. So thank you very much, everybody.
Continue what's going on down there, everybody, in a second.
I'm going to give you back to Robin now. So it's not often that I get to teach 5 young people in half an hour.
Want to make one move it or not?
Thank you very, very much for everybody for taking the interest in watching them. Thank you to my juniors, wherever they've gone, for taking part in this. And thank you for everybody for listening to us. I know that we're not the very best and most experienced on the game, but I hope that you enjoyed the little demonstration about what the ponies can do and what they're capable of. And like I said, if anybody is more interested in finding out a little bit more, then you can find us down on the bottom right-hand corner there. You can't miss the horse box anyway. So thank you very much for your time.
She had kids on there teaching them, and I don't do it.
Thank you very much, Robin.
They're in on there now,
yeah,
is
very
it?
enjoyable actually, something rather different. Thank you.
That was thank you.
Well, I'll have some drink first because that'll keep me hydrated. Try and get some photos around the site. I mean, 2 phones is better than 1 phone there.
Coming up in the arena fairly shortly is the finished tractors. And if you look over the other side, you've got some smoke moving, so I take it that some of the engines are starting up and making their way over. They're due around about 2:45, I think it is, so that's the next activity in the arena. Thank you.
Where are you getting them from? Ice cream van, isn't it?
Probably in a Springer maybe, or
I don't know what's in here, anything in here? Wildlife Trust.
0753.
Yeah, that's top secret, that is.
Right, we're just waiting for the tractors to come to the arena, so if there's any tractors coming up, make your way to the arena now, please.
So I think everybody, that's the second arena they were talking about earlier on. Stats, snacks, but well, nothing here. You know, second arena here, mini one. There isn't anything happening. It's a dog show. So those are the dogs there, everybody. But it don't look like there will be any further shows. Which is understandable, really. Can't really keep them on going, can you? So next at the main arena, everybody. And I'm trying to get everything done here, but it is quite difficult, really, because You've got all these distractions, you know. Like I know these are the vans here, so look at the vans and gosh, you can definitely smell smoke.
And these were tractors that were you know, small holders, you know, they would never just set the world on fire. But at the end of the day, they done their external job. The iconic classic Ferguson 135 there, which came out of Banner in Coventry, the home of the classic Ferguson back in the day, dated from 1970. The John Deere 2130, when we think of the green John Deeres, and the size of those tractors, we think very much of what they did out in the prairies of Canada. That began with their date in 1978. That's followed by the John Deere 6200, okay, a lovely size tractor. Now horsepower-wise, this is when tractors were starting to get up in their league. And at the same time as that was doing in 1975, you could still buy some of the small Ford examples of the Ford 5000. The David Brown 990, but it's bars with a case. Now of course the case was over David Brown at the very end. The Ford Dexter behind that, the 2000 example, was the follow-on from the Ford Super Major range back in its day. And of course the 2000 range was also 3004, 5, 6 and 7. It was a very popular tractor. That one dates there from 1965 and is registered originally in Gloucester. Lovely little Fawcett Dexter there, the baby of the family, that one.
Well, they all do, but they'll capture the tractors there.
35 behind that, Patricia Mary. Again, a nice popular tractor for the small holder. Very nice indeed. And we've got another example here of the Fortin Dexter, and that one is fitted with what we call the landlord cap. And of course safety caps didn't really come in until about 1974 on tractors when they became mandatory. So to have a cap on a tractor of that age, you know, gave a little bit of warmth and protection for the operator. And of course it is a cold old winter out on the farming back in the day. Look at these ones. We've got two rather unusual ones. Janus Starmer's 18 diesel. Very nice. That's the D670 model. And a little bit of the road quality is sort of quite high for going over the road there. Followed by a little Mustang, 40 and the tractor that started led the way for Harry Ferguson back in the 1947 era was the iconic Grey Fergie. And this was the very first tractor of Grey Fergie that made use of the hydraulic PTO lift on the back. And it was Harry Ferguson and Henry Ford who went into a very costly court battle over the use of the hydraulic PTO, and it was Harry Ferguson who won the day. Now, Harry Ferguson called that tractor England, and they were TE models. And of course, you had diesel, you had petrol, paraffin, and they were a very, very top selling tractor in 1947.
everyone knows we've got the lovely Nuffield here. Originally that would have been flagged as a BMC for the British Motorsport Racing back in the day, but it was Lord Nuffield who owned BMC when it came to building tractors. That was dates there for 1969. Lovely little example, really is. That's superb. Remember the Nuffield and Lady Tractors design. And then we've got the Marshalls again through there with its iconic sound. That chug, chug, chug. And you can start there with a car whistle with a little bit of paper in the front. And then we've got the baby example, of course. This is one which is modelled on the green one. And it's got that distinctive chugging sound as it goes faster. Now the Massey Ferguson 65 was a tractor that dated back into the late 50s, early 60s. A nice unrestored example there actually. And when you look at the tractor, again it's got its hydraulic PTO lift. It does everything that you need it to do. It's even got a power take-off. Yeah, we've still got a couple more coming into the arena. Nice to see the baby of the Massey Ferguson range here. We mentioned earlier on the Massey Ferguson 135. We've got the French-built 130, dated for 1966 here, and fitted with, I'd have bought something like a Vicon spreader, something very similar, and a very useful bit of kit indeed. The same can be said with this Massey Ferguson 135 here, rolling out the Banner Lane. They came out in their thousands, and Banner Lane was the home in Coventry, the Massey Ferguson. Very, very useful transport box on the back. You could put the bilge turns in, you could put the bales in, and then we're back to the iconic Grey Birdie. And that was the tractor that led the way for many farmers after the wartime period. They came out in 1947, and as I said, a very costly battle with Henry Ford over the use and invention of the hydraulic lift on the back end. Now the International 434, which was a partnership between McCormick and McCormick International, and that formed the basis of the International 4343 digger range back in the 1960s. So if you ever saw the yellow diggers with the bucket on the front and the back, with International written on it, that was the base, what we call the chassis for it. Nice to see Forster Major in the arena. Now, these have all got links, you know, to the JCB factories and the invention of the JCB back in the early 60s and that. When you take away all the fortune part of that, and you're left with an engine, a skid unit, and a back axle, those were incorporated originally into the JCB3. Now, they eventually replaced that with the Nuffield skid unit, and JCB was sort of born really. The Super Major provided the skid units for the JCB4 and the Hydra digger, and you know, they sort of made their name for themselves in that respect. Have we got any more? Who have I missed?
Well, that's the tractors everybody. I'm just going to do the vans and stuff now. I'm pretty sure Nick might have recorded that bit of it, but if not, I did a little bit of it as well, so didn't have missed out anything. Pardon me. Yeah, I mean, there's no sign of everybody. I mean, no entry. This is just me, you know, freestyling walking, so that caught me by surprise at the very least. But it saves me being knocked out or run over, because I think they are highly powered machines.
Just approaching the entrance for the arena at the moment is the Caterpillar loading shovel.
Now this has got to be around about 60 years or so, and it's quite unique in a way because it is fitted with what they call a 4-in-1 bucket. Now if you see the 4-in-1 bucket on the front, those were normally made by a company called Owen and fitted to what they call the international drops, which were the Caterpillar track loading shovels of the early 60s. But yeah, that is a lovely example, and of course it's in its working clothes, it's not restored, it's been rescued from where it was sat for many years, and yeah. Can you do us a demonstration of the bucket? Can you do us a demonstration? Yeah. And open the clamp or not? Hopefully we get a small demonstration of the clamshell. There we are. Yeah, the bucket opening and closing on the front, that's the Owen 4-in-1 bucket, commonly found on the International Harvester drops. Very useful because you use it as a bulldozer blade in the open position. You can grab trees with the clamp, and you can also use the bucket as the loading shovel. So very, very interesting piece of kit. The Caterpillar was an American company, and of course it's nice to see one of those over here. And it is one of the baby of the range when it comes to the Caterpillar loading equipment. And like I said, it had been stood derelict for quite a time. And before it was rescued. Okay, we're going to go along the lineup. Let's have a look at what we missed because we are well represented this afternoon with the blue Forstern stuff. And of course we've got the Forstern maker. Now we made mention of that. Went by, and also the Super. Now what we did miss, however, was this one, the International Harvester B275. Now again, if you took the skid unit of this, which means that you've got the engine, the chassis underneath, and the back axle, they were incorporated again into the international diggers of the early 1960s. When we talk about tractors, it's not all about restoring tractors to a pristine condition. It's about actually owning one and being able to show it off at events. And of course this one is in its working clothes. This is a Z-Tour.
There's an advertising board there, buddy, for well, for this year really. You know, you got Cumbrain there on the June 13th. Barry Island as well on the Western Abergavenny Market. Quite local ones really, but then if you look at the advertising for all the rest of them as well, they go quite further afield, don't they? So that's valets there, so I think that's probably their van that they use there. But
Sorry state really, it's not the best. Bit of work he's doing. The old man bought it, I don't know, last year I think. But we have to do injectors on it, we have to get the injection pump redone, various bits and bobs.
it's a stall there as well, viewers.
Mechanically wise, sort of tidied up a bit, but
So look at that, look.
he does what he wants at the moment.
Are you going to do the full
Which way do they go?
I'll
go this way.
Or are you going to leave it as working clothes?
Every corner to look at, but every corner to miss. That's strange, isn't it?
Of course, a lot of you guys go ploughing matches, so you know, leave them in their working clothes. This is rather nice. Do you want to come and talk to me, no? Okay. Now, when we talk of the field marshal, we field marshals against the east coast of England. Funny enough, the same area where most of our steam engines were built back in the early 1900s. But from those companies, especially Marshall, evolved this machine. And of course, field marshal has got that distinctive chug, chug, chug. Now the bit is yours. Now when you start these engines, you can these with either some litmus paper, or also you used to start with a cartridge. And of course, you know, on a cold day, these used to be an absolute beast to start out in the field. Now of course, when we talk of fields and being out there in the cold, we take our mind back to the villages of land when working is like a starving nation, and the men went to war, but the women can't be that. And of course,
Are you having a good day?
Yeah, it's been really busy. Packed. Just don't know where you are really, because there's so much to see. You can lose where you are. Yeah, live streaming it. The whole sorts of send everybody if I missed it. I missed it because I think I might have missed them first time. So I'm going to do everybody the cars as well now. I've done the vans. So I think all that's covered. All this bit as well, but it's just the playing areas. But you know that anyway, yourselves. Bit of a zoomed in shot there, just so you can get a visual without it being in detail.
But when this tractor was phased out,
so we got the steam engines there.
the modern one, and it came what they call
In use, I think, probably.
1000 series. And of course, this is the Ford 2000. It was followed by
Unless you can ride on them. I think you can, they're 450 there. Alright, so we'll go back near the arena. Do the cars for you people. Crikey. So excuse my voice everybody. At the start of the live stream I did say, or maybe that was maybe on the previous one, but I'll remind you anyway, I am a little bit better everybody than the other day. I have some 100%, you know. I'm hoping the next couple of days I should be. But yeah, I would say I'm able to come out, you know. Like I'm well enough to do that at least, but like how I do general content, you know, my motivation is not really there, I think. But my brain, everybody, overpowered me. You know, overpowered my brain of thoughts, you know. To come out and show you what's in Monmouth, so that's what I've done. But honestly, I'm 60-40, you know, 60-40. So I am getting on the mend a little bit. So that's an update there for any viewer who's interested.
Indeed, lovely. And of course, those were very, very popular as the replacement for the Forza Major and the Super Major. But the little baby brother at the time that was rolling out the production works down in Essex was this one, of course, the Forza Dexter. Along came the Super Dexter, and these are 3-cylinder engines, weren't they, on these? You don't know? Oh, let's have a look. Yeah, I think they were 3-cylinder. And they are, aren't they? Yeah, I can see it from here. Yeah, you've got your 3 diesel injectors there, 3-cylinder. And of course, alongside the Forza versions of 3-cylinder, nothing, of course, were using 3-cylinder back in the day. Anyway, nice to see you again, my friend. It took you a while to get here, didn't it?
It did, yeah. I was held up coming down from Simmons Yacht. But I was held up for an hour there. But apart from that, I was alright.
Don't want to go near that, everybody. Not that I'm careful, but I don't know what how temperamental class is, you know?
System back then,
I don't
you
want to risk
had
it.
WV and you had HR. But AM was the Swindon office, and that would have been what they call the regional office, and then the others were town registration offices. So, lovely example. Nice to see it in its working clothes, actually. And hello, mate.
If anybody's coming from Newent area tomorrow, I could do a lift for these.
So if anyone's coming from the Newent area tomorrow, you could do the lift. Okay, there you go. Anyone coming from Newent area, this man wants to lift tomorrow. Right, moving along. When we talk about cabs on tractors, they didn't really come into about 1974. And of course, one of the lovely tractors available then, and this one dates in 1970, would have been the Massey 135. Now, a very popular tractor rolling out of Banner Lane in Coventry, but more important to me is the use of this cab, because there were several variants. There were Lamborns, and this one is the Duncan tractor cab. And it's quite a stylish thing. And it used to fit as well the John Deere stuff. So you very often see a Duncan cab on a John Deere. But a very nice cab, because in the back you used to have a roller roll up the line, but you could drop down to keep the wind and the rain out. And it just gives that added degree of protection for the farmer. And there's a Lamborn cab on this one, on the little Fordson Dexter. Nice little Lamborn cab. And of course they make great use of green PVC and the clear plastics. And you can see that one isn't that old actually, the actual renewal of the plastic. But over the years it used to go dark green, and it sort of got a sort of a liking for itself really. Very, very nice. Anyway, I want to come and have a look at this loading shovel. We made chat about it as we went around the arena, my friend. We were talking about your loading shovel and Caterpillar as a company. And we were talking about Ruby Owen as the bucket. So, yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a Caterpillar 92, owned by my father from New, and we just lived just around the corner. So just got it going and thought we'd bring it along from the other.
You was out of use for a while, wasn't it? Out of use for quite a time?
Yeah, a long time. Yeah, been out of use for quite a while, yeah. Basically started up every once in a while, and yeah, out of use for a long time, but like I said, I've done various stuff, put a new primer pump on it, and basically new fuel filters, and starts and goes, and it's fine, you know.
Very nice indeed. We're talking about the use of the 4-in-1 bucket, and of course Ruby Owen was one of the big names in bucket manufacturers, and used to find the 4-in-1 Ruby Owen was much associated with the international drop, the little tracked loading shovel, and of course it's nice to see a Ruby Owen bucket on the front of this one, because it's got 4 things you can do with it. You use it as a dozer blade, you use it as gripping a tree trunk with the use of the clamp, and then of course you've got your grading bucket with it as well, and the loading bucket. So 4-in-1 buckets fitted on the front of there. Very nice example. You got to leave her in her working clothes?
Yes, she'll stay like this. Always ever been like this. The things I never realised in all the years is our traxcavator across the front, and doing a bit of research, it's a 922 traxcavator. It hasn't got tracks on it, but that's what it's called.
Very nice indeed. Well, thanks for bringing her along. Excellent. Anyway, all the drivers, as you can see, they sort of disappear when I come near them and go off with a little chat and stuff. But we have covered most of the tractors today. But the Alice Chalmers here, the D270, now that is a really interesting example, because you can see how high it is. It used to ride through the crop quite nicely. And that is what it was. It was a very lightweight tractor. It never had hydraulics at all on the back. It always had a drawbar. But yeah, very nice. Hello my friend, how are you? Yeah, very nice example. Unrestored, it is working close.
Even as it is. Yeah. 1957.
And do you know whether it
Well, they all started with here and the other cars. From here, I think.
Oh, Perkins. Of course, Perkins' P3 engine was absolutely bomb-proof, wasn't it? Because Perkins was a Peterborough company up there in sort of East End of England, and yeah, they produced a lovely engine, didn't they? I like it.
Plant sale out in front.
Over the road top and stuff, don't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to use road opera.
Thank you very much. Lovely. And then we must never forget the role of full control tractors. You've got this tiny little one here in the middle. And of course, if you go up and have a look at the lower racing boys up there, they've all got little full control tractors that they're doing the lower racing up the end with. But the reason the full control tractor, the little miniature ones, tiny ones, came back is because you couldn't always get in the horticulture industry a tractor of this size through the greenhouse doors of a commercial growing greenhouse. So you needed something smaller, but had some attachments, and there were some great names out there. You know, there really were some great names that were produced. There was International Cadet, there was all kinds of ones that came to the front, and you know, you couldn't get up through a
I'll say that didn't go the other way, didn't it?
but certainly get a small
Bit of a rookie mistake, that was.
through that doorway. But moving on the lineup, we've got a very useful Quickie 2000 attachment on this 990 David Brown. And of course David Brown was very closely associated with Harry Ferguson up there in the Midlands. And yeah, I don't agree again, wrong out there. I think David Brown was Huddersfield, you know, not too far away, stone's throw really. The nice David Brown here with a cab, you know, safety cabs, all the features nowadays really. Safety, warm, everything else. Wow, there we go. I think pretty much covered all the tractors, have we? Do you want a few words, lads? You want a few words? Yeah. You want a few words on the
there for the pictures.
Yeah, go on then. Yeah, let's do it. This one?
I mean, the quality could be great, but because, you know, I just doubt myself really about going closer. I know I will cause no damage at all because I'm careful. Because it's my first time doing it, but it's just it's done pretty much cancer when there's these old vehicles, you know, they could be really extra fragile.
Sound on the engine, yeah, really.
I'll see. So you can go any. Well, I need to be just to focus on the camera. Good to see that a little bit, you know.
Fantastic. What make of the cab? Have you established what make the cab is or not? Q cab.
And also I don't want to set the alarms off if it's alarmed as well.
So, I'm going to get some windows to fit it. If you go to somewhere like you've got one of the flank glaziers, and there are these mobile flank glaziers, they cut laminates on site and stuff.
I think panels going with sides first, then the windows fitting in rubbers. So it's finding the aluminium panels.
No, come on, I'm going to go around the other corner.
Mind you, this day and age we're clever enough to copy stuff, aren't we? So it must be out there somewhere. But yeah, very nice example. Thank you very much. Yeah, excellent. Wow, there's the tractor line up, everyone. Anyone else what word? What word? Are you alright? No? Okay. Right, of course, tractors are very important to any rural location because it's the farmers there that farm, obviously, the fields. They grow the crops, they feed us all, don't they? So a very important role that they do. But tractors aren't always aimed at the farmers market because the local councils use them in the parklands and stuff like that. And it's amazing where tractors just pop up, just sat there in a desolate farm waiting to be restored. And these guys have got some cracking stories when you get a chance to have a word with them. And some of that you find within the barns and that are amazing. It still happens to this day. But tractor owners, have a little play on your cameras, and when you're ready, you can do a few more circuits for us. Not everybody wants to talk to the commentator. They sort of give a little hand signal. No, not me. Yeah, they don't all want to talk to you. But you've got a very, very good cross selection of quality tractors there. And there's a big argument for leaving them in their working clothes, as much as there's a big argument for doing the full restoration and bringing them out looking like brand new. So, you know, I see both sides of the argument. I must say, really good. We'll do some circuits, yeah? Yeah, I'm sure if you lead the way, I'm sure they'll follow. Yeah. So leading the way there is the blue Fortum Major. He was telling me yesterday it took him an hour to get from sort of Simmons Yacht, I think it was, where he's come from with that one. Followed by the Fortum Dexter, and then you've got that Ford 1000 range, which is the 2000 model. Nice Gloucestershire number plate there, dating from 1965. You've then got two more blue Fortum Dexters. And of course, they were a little popular tractor, they really were. And you know, when you look at the work that that size tractor can actually do, it's only got about a 44 horsepower engine, I think it is. It was quite outstanding. It's a lovely small holding tractor. David Brown 990 there with a AB in the number plate, a very local tractor to Wales, that one. The John Deere looking very, very modern, the 6200 model. And of course 4-wheel drive, always a bonus to have 4-wheel drive. Now tonight at 6 o'clock they've got a road run tonight, leaving the field at 6 o'clock. And I think that's open to all classes of vehicle, I believe. So no doubt the tractor boys will be going on the road one this evening. Just going by me at the moment is the Massey Ferguson 35, and of course they did a further model, the 35X, which had some subtle improvements done on it. Again, rolled out of Banner Lane down at Coventry. The little Mustang mower, you know, very popular with these guys. You know, you don't just preserve a full-size tractor, you go for things like the industrial trucks, the Martin Bonza trucks. There's some here actually on the showground. The nicely unrestored Great Fergie there, with AX in the number plate. Again, a Welsh number plate there. Yeah, very local tractor. Alice Chalmers D270. Like we found out, it's used for row crop work because it's got the height, you see, to run down through the rows of the vegetables and stuff. Massey Ferguson 135 behind it with a Duncan cab. And of course, you know, as I said earlier, cabs weren't fitted on tractors till about 1974 when they became mandatory. It's always a bonus having a cab because you can work under far more extreme conditions. You've got the protection if it was to tip over on its side or anything. A lot of tractor owners do fit their tractors with rollover cages, rollover bars. Nice to see this Forza Super Major on the field today, and you can see that it's actually got the pulley on the side of the tractor. Now that would have looked at home working a thresher machine, really would. So the use of that and a clamp on the pulley wheel would have been probably used to work some kind of milling machine, a thresher machine, generator. This one sounds superb, the David Brown 990. I saw that yesterday go by me with a roller on it, and it sounded lovely for its age. And of course, very important bit of kit on the front, the Quickie 2000 lifting device, the loader. That's when farming started going up a notch, but they started to get more and more implements available to them. Nice David Brown 885 there. He's looking for the side windows, if you know of any side windows available for that. And the little Nuffield 425, product of the British Motor Corporation in its day. And Lord Nuffield was the man behind that organisation. That one dates from 1969, and it's on a London number plate. It's got UY in the number plate. A lovely green field marshal with that very iconic exhaust sound as it goes out to the arena. And then the little baby, the replica, which they were available in orange and green. During wartime, of course, tractors changed colours because a lot of tractors during World War II went from orange to green so that you couldn't spot them when the enemy bombers bombed the field. You couldn't see the tractors.
They don't either, concourse, everybody.
Prior to that, some of the Ford and Fortune examples were orange.
Just good my voice, everybody. It's not the best, I apologise.
You can see with the tractors we got in the arena today, the unrestored versus some of the restored. So there's that argument. You leave it in its working clothes. Unmolested tractors look absolutely superb. You see it from both sides as a commentator because we do need ones that have thousands spent
leaving
on
the
them,
concourse,
and others that have just had the basics done to make them mechanically sound. And then have the ability to be able to
there, look. So if you're interested in a
there's
a number.
and still do a day's work. The unrestored Massey Ferguson 65 there, we heard a little bit from the owner as to what the future may or may not hold for that one. And if you look at the bonnet there, it's got the original supplier's sticker on the bonnet. And that's always a bonus because you can trace your history of your tractor back. The John Deere, the 2130, that was aimed at our home marketplace. It was a nice.
So yeah, I don't have enough time every day to go to the other event now. Apologise. It was here a lot longer than I thought it was.
And on things that are actually offered within the cab. And there's something different beyond that, the unrestored four-wheel drive Z-Tour. International B275, the base of their digger equipment, back there in the 60s, followed by another of the blue Force and Dexters. His bigger sister, the Force and Major, behind that. And don't forget the connections in the early days between the Force and Major and the Force and Major and the advent of JCB skid units that we used to build the diggers. The French-built Massey Ferguson 130 there with the Vicon spreader on the back. Very useful piece of kit, followed by the Massey Ferguson 135. The 135 rolled out of Banner Lane, Coventry. And when we associate Ferguson as a company, we look back to the origins of the Grey Fergie, which is that one, the invention from Harry Ferguson back in the day in 1947 when he invented the hydraulic lift arms. International 3.4 there, very useful tractor, followed by the big sister, the 484. And then that lovely loading shovel with the Rubio in bucket on the 4-in-1 bucket. And it's your tractor parade, I think, for today. Hope you enjoyed that. They're back in the arena tomorrow. Of course, if you want more about any particular exhibit, if you go and chat to the guys on the parking areas, they'll be able to show you around some of their exhibits, tell some of the stories hopefully, because they won't have a microphone in front of them. A lot of people don't like the microphone, and some people love it, some people don't, so I understand that. Anyway, I think we've got commercial vehicles coming up next, haven't we, Roger? Is it commercials? I think so.
I've warned you about thinking it's dangerous, but yes, commercial vehicles, 3:45.
Commercials.
And then the end of day, any vehicle in the arena from 4:30. And then of course tonight you got the track or the road run at 6 p.m. So that should be fun, shouldn't it?
And then in the bar at 8 o'clock we've got live music, haven't we? The Dark Tones, I think.
Yeah,
tonight.
I was just wondering, John, after today have you run
Dark Tones. I never did live music at night, buddy. That's new,
tonight?
Probably too tired. No, I don't know. No, I think I might head for the bar. Yeah.
Usual place then.
Well, of course, it's got to be done, hasn't it?
Well, it has.
Yeah. It's got to get a pint of Coke.
That's it. Well, the one thing I'd like to say about the tractors is that little tiny orange one with the little kids.
See, I have filmed on my Pocket for everybody, for John as well, because he haven't joined it early on in the stream. But for John, at least, I have filmed on my Pocket 4, and you will see the footage.
They call it
well, rather soon.
Because one of these,
it was heavy though, don't get me wrong, but it is something I can get used to.
Have an exhibit. They're the custodians.
So John, if you're still in the chat, I have finally used the Pocket 4.
Then of course, you know, they are.
But the battery wasn't lasting all day, so. But I expect that anyway.
Don't like it, do they? They say, oh, you know, you can't drive under 16 if you don't hold a licence and all that. You can see it from both sides there, but if you don't bring youngsters in, you know, with vehicle ownership, there won't be vintage people in the future, so it has to be done.
Well, I agree, and I think this is the important part. If you've got the youngsters and they've got the adult supervision there, especially within an arena area here where it's fairly safe to be done, it's ideal because they can get the experience driving them. They've got an adult beside them who's ready to jump in his knees. But in the years I've been doing this job, it's the same with you. The amount of times we've seen the youngsters on the little horticultural machines and even the bigger machines, and sometimes they drive them better than the adults, in my opinion.
Brilliant. Yeah, like I said, I totally agree, bring youngsters in. And earlier on we saw the steam engines. I never got a chance to mention it because we worked with our other colleague there who does some commentary. I never got a chance to get it out, but it's important that in the steam world you are actually allowed to have a steam apprentice. and the National Traction Engine.
That's on the rain a little bit now.
They actually promote an under 15s policy where youngsters can learn all about engines and eventually, hopefully, go on their own one. But that is just one of the few organisations that will promote active, participation in the vintage world.
Yeah, they were at Roads to Rails last year while we were there, weren't they? They had a stand there with that one.
Yeah, Roads to Rail down at Swanage. That's one of our shows. Yeah.
And that was quite interesting chatting to those guys and what goes on. So yeah,
We've got one more row of cars left to do viewers.
In time with one thing up, and I can see a few spots of rain on the window here. At least I'm in the dry.
You feel it on my head, trust me. Yeah, you feel it on my head. But yeah, all in all, we've had a fantastic day so far. We've still got lots to go, haven't we?
We got lots to go, and then of course after this weekend we're off to our travels again, all the way back to Dorset,
Oh, somebody's in there.
one at Shillingstone, and then of course
Don't blame it really, because it's starting to rain.
we'll
So
be back here at Abergavenny.
Yes, that'll be
a couple of weeks time,
that'll be a first for us, won't it?
23rd, 24th, we're back here in Abergavenny. So, we're just non-stop, that's the trouble.
And I think after that I've got one little show, and then it really lifts off into June then. There's quite a busy month, I think, June.
Well, if anybody's interested to know what shows are on and around, we do have lists of them here in the commentary box. So, not every show, but all the ones that we get used to going to and a load of others. So, they'll need to come and get a copy of that, which will be interesting to see. Anyway, it's nice to see what's going on. Oh, I've got trouble at the door now.
Anyway, while you're on the subject of different rallies, if you've got any rallies down this part of the world that you want advertised, and you've got posters or dates or any information, come and give it to us at the commentary box, and we're gladly advertise any of the shows for you. Well, we've got an audience here up on them. But if you're in the business, this is where you get such a wide variety of exhibits. You get some really interesting exhibits. No matter what you look at, cars or commercials or even station steel over there. There is some real classic.
I know that, nearly done.
But we're going to stop for a little while. We're coming back in for commercial vehicles. It won't be long, apparently. And,
So yeah, they're starting to rain a bit. It's only light at the minute, so not too bad.
Parade where we invite any vehicle back in the arena, and it can be anything. If it's got 4 wheels, it can come in. And of course, if it's got 2 wheels, motorbikes, it can come in as well. So anyway, we'll be back very shortly. Hope you enjoyed day 1 here at Monmouth.
So yeah, the weather's been okay up until now. It's been okay, But I am nearly done, so it's fortunate that I started now actually. This was 40 minutes ago, it would have been a nightmare.
How did reach
Well, apparently, the story was that they came to records
So I've got this line of cars left to do now.
Start asking me questions.
But if you have enjoyed the live stream, everybody, kindly please subscribe, support the channel and support the creator. It'd be appreciated. A free subscription button from you, the viewers, helps a lot. So if you could do that for me, I'd appreciate it. I'll say that though, I think I've actually done this first line of vehicles before. I think, anyway. Thing is, as I said a bit, there's so many vehicles here, it's really hard to keep on tabs with them. Wait, if I take a photograph inside? I'll try and get you off, keep you off it. I can zoom in on it anyway. Yeah, just gotta get the camera to stabilise. Thank you very much. Really politeness is the key. But yeah, I mean, just for the avoidance of doubt in the viewers, you know, because I think I have done them, but like I said, it's impossible to remember because I don't linger on vehicles, but it's just it can be easily missed, you know. Yeah, following the viewers. Make sure you're supporting, please, viewers. A share or anything like that would be appreciated. All my hard work. But there'll be more events that we're going to tomorrow, everybody. So ensure that you are subscribed with your notification symbols on so you can interact in real time. So what I need to do, everybody, is go to the front now and have a look at the, because there were some advertisements at the front of the cars. So I was in a rush, eh? So yeah, everybody, I think I covered the cars. I covered it close up. I wanted to cover it from this distance as well because there were some sort of information I missed, but it was impossible to get out where I was standing initially. But apart from that, viewers, I think I've actually aced it. You know, I've covered everything as far as to my knowledge. I don't think I left any stone unturned. Oh, yeah, it's very uneven though, everybody, must say. Ah, that's what's it, yeah. But yeah, I mean, we won't be here to cover any of the main events and everybody. We are departing ourselves. But it's been a very good day. We've got food providers, you've got lots of stuff where you can eat your food and all that. So if you only just joined, I suggest re-watching the live stream at your leisure, because you will have missed out on a lot of more content from start to finish. We covered everything. And again, there was slight moments where the camera was a little bit shaky. That's because, everybody, so you know, if you do re-watch it, I had two cameras on me at the time, so it wasn't like it wasn't on purpose. But I'm hoping you can understand me as a creator. You know, at the end of the day, anyway, though, viewers, really, what mattered on that show was the sound. So if you could hear it, then you haven't missed so much of it. You know what I mean? Like hearing it, it's better, I think. but I understand the visuals is just as important. But that's just what happens, I'm afraid. So I think all that's left to do then, viewers, is hope you have enjoyed it. Please share it out. It's been an honour to cover Monmouthshire today, especially only 60/40. So we'll catch you all next time. So make sure you like, share and subscribe for more events just like this that you've watched today. And I'll see you all tomorrow night for a brand new video and for another brand new live stream. So have a very nice afternoon, and apologies we couldn't cover the second event today, but we spent a little bit more